Surprise attack! You encounter Elboim Mimic. Let's call Osric.
Hello.
Hello, good morning, good evening, good night. How are you, Osric?
I am doing quite well. It is the middle of the night for me here, but I live a normal nightlife, owl lifestyle anyway, so that's fine by me.
Nothing like the owl life.
Yep, it is just how it is.
Mm-hmm.
How are you today, Mimic?
Oh, I'm great. I just woke up. It's 10 a.m. exactly, which is a good time to write stories. Also a good Saturday with some nice storytelling feeling.
Doing one of the inspirations bright and fresh in you.
Yes. So, what are we gonna do today? Do you want to tell wait, you want to do an introduction? Tell us, who are you?
An introduction would be a good idea. Oh my goodness, I did not realize we were actually on stream right now, but I suppose that we are.
We are live, yes.
We are live.
I surprised people.
You did give me a little bit of surprise. Like, all right, okay, cool. Yes. Hello, everybody. The name's Osric Teller, your humble bard, storyteller, tavern owner at your service. Usually over at my tavern. This is not my usual roundabout. First time here, but usually at my tavern I do storytelling, bumbling my way through RPGs, rambling about D&D, and whatever else comes to the bard's mind here. And again, thank you for this opportunity.
Oh no, it's my pleasure. Hello, Elzarian. Good morning.
It's good morning. Time of day. So.
Yes, I woke up an hour ago, so my voice is still raspy.
Oh, that's fine.
And this music kind of drives me crazy for some reason. Turn it off for a bit. So I just started scheduling D&D. So you might see many D&D players jump in and out to see what's going on.
Okay.
Hello, Percy. Look what it is. It's your brother, your other head.
Oh my god! I still see that image in my mind. But yes, hi there, Percy. Good to see you here.
When one day I collab with you and Percy together, we should put that PNG reactive.
Oh my god. If there is, again, I am not the most tech savvy way, but if there was a way to make like one head still, like have the body and have each head react to our voices separately, that would be perfect in some way.
Oh no, my mind is going crazy right now trying to find a solution to do that.
I'm sure there's a way. I am just not the right person to ask for that.
There has to be. There has to be. Okay, so oh wait, I'll introduce myself. Okay, you need to do. Did you tweet? Did you call your fans to join us?
Yes, I have. Let me actually quote retweet that. I just did a regular retweet, but let me quote retweet it. So, I don't know how many of my usual folks are awake at this hour. This is.
Oh, I see.
Most of my folks are over on my side of the ocean here, so maybe there's still a few
I saw that you read stories on your stream. You tell stories. I saw the ugly duckling story.
Yes, we do. I've been trying to work through Don Quixote, but interspersed with that, I do readings of fairy tales like Brothers Grimm. Hans Christian Andersen is the most recent reading we did, and yeah, and I also love lore. So later on, I'm going to do some lore dives into different various story franchises I enjoy, such as Lord of the Rings, Warhammer 40k. Another one of my big loves, Fate, all sorts. Maybe some like D&D dives into like some certain D&D settings like Faerun or Eberron and all sorts.
Oh, that's pretty cool. That's really cool. I always wanted to read stories on stream. Maybe it's time.
Yeah, I mean, just pop open the Gutenberg.org or anything that's public domain, and there you go.
I have a problem whenever I read someone else's story. It makes me jealous, really jealous, and I want to stop and write on my own. Like, no.
I mean, that is a fair sentiment. Understandable. I mean, it's usually why I try to stick with like the classics of the again, it's the classics that are often the ones that are in public domain, so I am legally allowed to read on stream. And so in the case of the classics, it's very much they are already in their own tier of, all right, I'm not jealous anymore, you just inspire me at this point.
So old. Well, we're gonna write today something that you can read as many times as you want, and it will be fine. You will not get copyrighted.
That is true. I mean, the one giving the copyright would be yourself, so.
Yeah, but it's about your culture, so we kind of share the results.
That is true. That is true.
Okay, so today we're gonna write the short story from the raffle I did like 2 weeks ago, something like that, or a week ago.
Yeah, I think some measure of time ago. Time's weird.
Oh, and by the way, tomorrow I'm going to write the giveaway, the lore pages for the next raffle, and the first one is gonna be Percy. So
Percy won the second one that came up.
We have three winners. We have Percy, we have Dylan. No, not Dylan. Neil. Sorry, I didn't get Dylan. Neil and the Amber Schwarzer, the little sister, who is a very surprising winner, but she's adorable, so I can't wait to write about her.
Oh, I'll have to keep my eye on when those tales get written myself too.
There's gonna be more lore pages, but this one we're actually gonna write a short story, and we're gonna put a lot of lore inside. Now, you did send me a story that someone else wrote about you.
Yes, it is basically, I do have my own backstory that I had written for myself, for Osric, and then basically after retelling this to one of my friends, he was like, hey, let me just write that up as an actual prose story, and that's what came out, and that's what I sent over to you.
So I looked at it, I skimmed through it. I didn't want to read it thoroughly yet because I want this to bring something new. And when I read something, then it inspires to write in the same kind of fashion. So
I see, that makes sense. I get that.
Yeah, I used to write. I mean, you can see up there. That's my legal human name, and the MS Elboim is the author name, which is mimic something Elboim. What are the something's gonna stick? Mimic something Elboim. So when I published 8 books, and some of them are very inspired by Harry Potter. So before each writing session, I would sit down and read a few pages in Harry Potter to kind of get into the vibe, the feeling.
Gotcha.
Yeah, it's a really good technique. So what we're gonna do today, we're going to write together in 2 parts. First part, we're going to plan what we're going to write. As planned as possible, the better. But it is a short story. It's only gonna be, I'd say, 5 pages long, something like that, roughly. Could be less, could be more. This is a size 14, the font, so might be more, we'll see. And then the second part will be the actual writing.
Right, okay. Makes sense.
We're gonna start with some basic, we did the introduction. Let's start with some decisions. And mainly we're going to ask where this story is, your character in the story. Where are you starting and where are you going? Basically, what's your objective? Because we want the conflict. We want the things that's blocking you from achieving your goal. And we need to do some decisions. First decision would be the 5 W's. You know these?
I do know these. It is basic storytelling 101 right there.
Yes. And if you ask people, by the way, what's a story or a book? The dictionary says a thing with a beginning, with a middle, and an ending, which is a pretty stupid definition. But
not what I would have pictured either. That's
start, middle, and ending. That's the basic of storytelling. But it's a really good start in there. So in start we have the, let's call it prologue. It's not really a prologue, but more of an, you know what, let's call it an exposition. Let's call it a prologue. Because it's like what happens before the story. And this part I want it as short as possible. I hate long prologues. I don't want the... Okay. Yeah, I like when you, for example, in video games, when you jump straight into the action. So...
Right.
Yeah, Smash Words is a very good example from a book. I don't remember the name, but it's about a girl who wake up and she has horns. So it's like about Jane woke up one day and discovered that she has horns. That's it. You have the story starts. So we're gonna do something very short. Then we're going to have the morning. I completely forgot everything. We're going to have the let's call it the big event. Okay, the event is going to be something that drives you off to the adventure. It's like the really important thing that is different from other days. Like Jane woke up with horns.
Makes sense. Yes.
And that is the
inciting incident. Yes.
Yes. Let's call it an inciting. That's the English name. Inciting incident. Yes, it's good that you're here. My native tongue is Hebrew. You can see with the Hebrew stuff here. But yeah, that's why we have. I was
actually kind of curious about that.
I
was kind of actually just off the name Elboim alone was like, hold on a second.
Yeah, Elboim is actually Polish. We are from Polish descent. It means oil tree. So I have some oil puns in my streams.
I see. Gotcha.
So the weird letters that you see here are the ancient text of the Hebrews.
Yes.
Read from right to left, which completely messes up Word because Word is natively left to right and it's very confusing. But we are writing English, so there shouldn't be any problem. And the reason that I'm using MS Word in desktop is that they have an amazing grammar fixer for anything. It figures out when you're writing a resume, when you're writing a story, when you're writing a book, and it gives you really good suggestions. So we're gonna use that.
Yeah, okay, makes sense. People kind of make fun of MS Word correction, but you know, honestly, it's more solid. People give it credit for.
Yeah, I worked a lot with people with OpenOffice, and honestly, I think MS Word is superior in every literal sense, except that you can't really share it.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. Oh yeah. By the way, where is it? I'll share my screen on Discord, so you can see everything faster. Completely forgot about that. Where is Word? So when we start writing, you can see everything live, and you don't need to wait for the stream delay.
Okay, excellent.
Although I don't think you're seeing what you're supposed to see.
I see white. I see nothing but white.
Yes. Why is that? Why did it disconnect?
Okay, yep.
Hello.
I still see. Hello. I think we just briefly cut off there, but we're back.
Yeah, I disconnected instead of stopping the share. So why, when I share Word, it doesn't share Word? Please, Windows.
Technology.
Please, Windows.
We beg you, technology. For one moment, please.
Everything worked. So I don't usually have technical difficulties. Why is this a white? What?
I apologize. I bring the curse of my own technical inaptitude along to this whole place.
Now it works. I see. I needed to click on the. I need to click on the window so it get it. Wait, you see my Word right now?
I don't actually. I just see your little icon there. I do not know.
Wait, do you see the icons down? There are 3 icons that you can see in the share screen. There's me, you, and the shared screen.
Oh, it's working now. Yep, I see it.
Okay, so that is so weird. I have 2 monitors, and when I put this in the right monitor, it's a white screen. When I put it, the left. When I put it in the right monitor, it shares the screen. This is so weird. Why?
That is odd. I think there is like a way you can do a Windows-specific screen share.
Yeah, this is what I did. So this is very odd.
That is so weird.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
But I gotta say, these technical difficulties make me so curious as to why it is happening. How do we solve it? Like my child brain is waking up. Anyway,
Meanwhile,
let's
my
continue
brain
this.
is just kind of panicking of like the, oh god, technology.
Oh, I'm like, oh my god, this is so exciting. Why is this happening? How do we solve this? As long as I have someone else to embarrass, I get powers. So we have the inciting incident, and some might say that inciting incident is literally the most crucial thing in the book. This sends you out to the goal. And the moment the protagonist gets the goal, the story ends. I don't care about anything else. Any story that writes anything after the goal is just boring. So that is the most crucial thing. Now, in the middle, we do gonna get something very important, which is the block.
Right.
The block is basically any kind of thing. It could be a person, could be an event, could be weather, could be anything that blocks the protagonist from reaching the goal, right? If we take, for example, Lord of the Rings, the goal is to destroy the ring in the volcano, and the block is all the dark forces that blocks the party from reaching there. If we take Harry Potter, can you guess what the goal is in Harry Potter?
I mean, it's like, it depends on the book. I mean,
let's say all seven books together.
Voldemort.
No, that's not the goal. What's the goal? Voldemort is the block, that's right.
Oh, that's true. The goal would be just to graduate from Hogwarts and survive.
Graduate, but why? I'm going a bit more subconscious here.
Oh dear God!
By the way, this is gonna be half writing seminar because I really like teaching writing.
You're making me think deeper about Harry Potter for the first time in many years. Oh my goodness!
I love Harry Potter because it's basically the same book 7 times with some different colors and thematics.
That is a good point.
And it works. It works so magically. If you go back to children's show, they really like repeating. You can see in the Teletubbies, if you know that, for example, they can see a flower and dance around it, flower, flower, for like an hour. It's just there's something very comforting about repetition. So the same book 7 times with different, it's like a new game plus. It works.
Just a new game plus with increasing difficulty with each repetition.
Exactly, new skills, new items. It's basically that.
Huh. That is, and I never thought of Harry Potter that way.
Harry Potter is, it's really fun to diagnose. So the goal, I think, in Harry Potter is basically to reach happiness, I'd say, in a more philosophical way. Reach in a situation where you have a home, friends, family, love, which is everything that Harry Potter doesn't have at the beginning of the book.
Right.
And the dark forces block him from doing that. But here we're gonna go for something a bit more simple. So it's crucial to have your goal and your block, and the goal in the block, goal plus block, equals, do you know the word?
Oh, let me.
I'm sure you know the word. I'm sure you know it. It's called a conflict. And I gotta say, it took me years. Maybe a bit stupid, but took me years to reach that kind of formula. And it is so simple. It is so simple.
And it's a formula that works.
It works. It works. And if anyone asks you what is a conflict in writing, goal plus block. That's it. And the moment one of them is resolved, there is no conflict anymore. And a conflict makes the reading interesting. As a scriptwriter said, that the conflict should be reflected in literally every scene. So we will try to do that. Not necessarily will happen. Then, at the ending, we're gonna reach the climax. The climax is the scene where there is no way around it. You have to solve the conflict. It's either you reach the goal or the block. One of them wins, and usually we want the goal to win because we want to leave the reader with a good taste in their mouth.
True.
And then we have the epilogue, which should be very, very short, but there is something very crucial in the epilogue, and that is change. The epilogue has to show, unless if it's a comedy, comedy has different rules, the epilogue has to show change. The protagonists change in some way. They are grown up, they are dead, they have a horn, they have something, anything else. Hello Zero, thank you for the poster check. Oh, I need those. I really need the poster checks. So so we're gonna plan on changing you in some kind of way. Okay? Now, if you look at all of these, it means that the story is gonna be very action-wise. There are gonna be some differences in your character. So let's go to the W's and ask. Let's start with when and where. So
When and where?
when we ask when, you have what's wrong with where here? What?
Yeah, there's.
What's wrong with you, Ward? This is fine.
We just
Ignore
praised
this.
you, Ward.
Yeah,
We just praised you.
They have some. Maybe it knows I'm writing fantasy. Wants to write a were bard. You can be a
My
were
goodness.
bard. Oh, that's a good plot point. Let's write it down. Maybe you're bitten by a wolf and you're a were bard.
Oh goodness.
Dude, that line from what was it? Rick and Morty, I think. It's not. Everybody's asking about werewolf, but what about wenwolf?
Oh my goodness, Rick and Morty. That's a.
Wenwolf. Hello, Percy.
Wenwolf.
I will drink right now. Let's talk a moment about Rick and Morty. What I wrote right now, the start, middle, ending. This is the classic hero's journey, right? It's been used anciently, but we have a very, very smart person called Dan Harmon. Do you hear about him?
I don't. The name doesn't quite ring a bell, but I've always been very terrible with names.
Oh yeah, me too. So what's all this stuff about again? Playing a campaign or what? We are right now writing a short story for a raffle I did, and thank you for speaking. I can make this a bit smaller so that we can see what you're saying.
Yes.
The campaign will come later down the week. Follow the Discord. I'm doing many different D&D campaigns, but you know what? We may take some things from here to the campaign. And if you have any question about the campaign later, I'll answer all of them. There are many secrets.
Okay.
Everyone is always asking about werewolf, but no one ever asks how wolf. That's correct. Dan Harmon, where is it? So Dan Harmon is the person who wrote Rick and Morty. And,
okay.
And
Sorry,
a show
great.
called Community, if you've heard of it.
Yes. Okay. Now that you say the shows he's written, it's like, right. I knew it was the same guy. I just could not remember.
Yeah, and if you think
the name.
Community and Rick and Morty, you can understand the person. Okay, so hero's journey. We have a few. We have the Campbell, the old ones. This is the one I wrote. We have the Black Snyder one, which is a bit more for script, the 15 bits, which is when you put a joke where. And this is why all the Marvel movies are the same, because there's a system and it works. But then we have the Dan Harmon hero's journey, which is, I'll share it for a moment. Wait, I'm gonna share it like. I'm gonna hold it in my VTuber hands. Why not?
Okay.
Oh, like this. This is it. So Dan Harmon has this very unique system, which is very modern. I'd say. Oh wait, my cat wants out.
Oh no, your little princess. I don't know where mine
She still
is.
can't open doors by pulling. One day she will be able to. So this system is a bit different. We might go for this, and we might go for a mix of them. So here you're gonna start at the top with the U. And that's your comfort zone. That's your day-to-day life. Then you need something, and you go on a journey. This is what we've been talking about so far. Then you search, you adapt to the journey. Now here's the twist. In the Dan Harmon system, you don't find it at the end of the story. You actually find what you're looking for at the middle of the story, which is a very different approach. But every Rick and Morty and Community episode works like this. You take it, but you pay a price. And then you kind of regret it because the price wasn't worth it. And then you return to your familiar thing, but you have changed. You learned something. That's a very different take on the hero's journey. And we will feel if we need to do this or not. Sometimes I love to do it. So you change, need, go, search. Then the middle story is the find, take, or pay, return, and change. Basically, that's the system. And there will be wait, what is this change here? You need. Why did I write change here? I will. Oh, you can't see anything. Sorry. Where is this going?
No, it's okay. I have two screens up currently. It's all.
Yeah.
It's all right.
My brain. Yeah. Hey, hello, Apollo. Good morning. You know, it's like games. You just start and it will work. You get used to it. So let's start with the when, where, and we will feel if we need to do that or if we need to go with the classic one. It really depends on many things, but this is a bit more fun. Oh, it also goes with the ancient Greek concept of starting in the human world, then the middle story, you go to the second act in the dead world, and then we go back to the human world, which is many myths go like this. Okay, so when, where, who, it's basically Osric, and then what and why, which are basically the conflicts. So let's start with the simple question: when and where. So when are we writing this story? Did you think of anything? Do you want me to go crazy?
I do have a couple of ideas because.
Okay, give me.
All right, so basically, to give the run through of just Osric's tale is he was a bard that was a normal bard in a very. I very much play him as living in a D&D type of setting. Like, I'm not saying explicitly that he's from Faerun, but you could very much picture it that way.
Okay.
So
how do you write Faerun? Like
it is Faerun.
Oh, one word. Okay.
So you actually got it pretty close actually. I think it's just there is no E at the end, but English is fine. It's fine.
Like this?
Yeah, I believe that is the correct spelling for that, but very much like a D&D style setting. So his whole tale is that as a bard, one day he happened to catch the attention of a fae who liked the stories that he was telling, and so he got captured and made while talking with this fae, not realizing that they're a fae, made a promise to tell them 1,000 tales for 1,000 nights. And so, of course, as happens with Fae, when you make a promise with them, it's very binding. So he got whisked away into the Feywild and was forced to tell those 1,000 tales while trying their best to survive in the Fae. So my idea for these potential short story we have is either a story that happens while he's in the Feywild or before he is. But I feel like a tale while he's in the Feywild could give us more interesting material because, well, for starters,
we don't know what happens yet.
It's the Feywild. Well, I do in the story I said there is a conclusion to how he manages to escape in the end, but I left the.
Hello, Ankorel. Which you what? Oh, it's your.
I left the. Yes, Ancora. Yes, it's one of my my mod,
hello,
my dear folks here. The 3 a.m. gang. Yes, it is pretty late for you there. So thank you for showing up.
Oh, by the way, anyone in chat, especially Osric. Hello, Cheo. 9 a.m. gang. Yeah, Europe. 10 a.m. here. Anyone, if you have any suggestions, ideas, grammar, whatever, write it down. Feel free, really. I read everything.
Dead Eyes too.
Look at that, so many people.
Yeah.
And
my folks, they actually heeded the call.
Hey, Dead Eyes, welcome to the party. And Anchor, welcome. Let me roll the dice for you. Dead Eyes, your luck for today is 5. And which is a good number. And Ankorelm, your luck is 13, the demonic number. And Chayu, welcome to the party. Your number is 12. Yay! You all have together. You're gonna have so much luck. Better than I've ever rolled. This is what happens when you let the D20 roll for you. The secret to getting a 20 is just rolling over and over and over again.
Oh my goodness.
Same with writing. Wish I could post the Helmut GIF about my roll. Post it on Twitter. We will look at it. So, do you have anything about? Can you give me 5 words? 5 words about Osric that you cannot say about other people in that world.
5 things about in the Feywild.
5 words, not 5 things. 5 words about Osric.
5 words about Osric.
I'll give you an example about me. Okay, dice.
Okay.
Dice. That's something that you can't tell about other people. Storyteller, dungeon master. We'll consider this one word. Torch. Shenanigans. Now you kind of got the concept of me, basically. So give me Osric in like 5 words. And you can throw stuff, we can change it. Infinite advantage to roll d20, yes.
I mean, first of all, the most obvious, Bard, very much in the D&D sense of the word. Storyteller.
No, but that's same as Bard.
I guess that is true. Sorry, my
Go
3
crazier.
brain.
Yeah, go
Let's
crazier.
Go crazy here.
Go deeper.
Honestly, determined, I think.
Determined is good. More. Just brainstorm. Throw words, and I'll get the important ones.
Let's see here. Bravado, or
Bravado?
strong. Yeah, bravado.
Okay.
What else?
Speak faster. Just throw away the words that you think.
All right. Okay. Cape. Why not?
Cape. More. Give me. We'll reduce the ones that we don't need. You have a pet. What's the pet? What's the pet?
Owl.
Owl. Perfect. More.
Yes.
We have the fae. We have the tails.
Magic. Illusions.
Magic.
Yeah, illusion.
Illusions.
Illusion magic.
More.
Illusions.
Crazier.
Let's see. Crazier.
The craziest thing that Osric has ever done.
The craziest thing he's ever done.
But our beloved all chat, help us. You know Osric.
Yes. Goodness. My brain is like, it's the thing of when you put on the spotlight, suddenly your brain has
and this is it.
Ideas. It's just like
exactly why I'm doing that. That's the best. What was that? Gears.
Books, lore.
Okay, that's same as storyteller. I need crazier. Okay. I need coward. Oh, thank you, coward. How's that sound? That sounds so mean.
That is accurate. I will admit that. I wish there was a single word for this, but architect of his own doom.
Architect.
Like of his own doom, or like he is often the cause of his own doom. Like
I love
fallings.
it. I love it. I'm sure there's a word for that.
Yeah, I'm sure there is a single word for that, but
that's great. Let's go a bit more.
Yeah. Honestly, prideful.
Prideful. Maybe give me some actions, like Osric's tells. So for example, what you did in D&D. One of the biggest, craziest thing, like Icarus, he shall fly close to the sun. Yes, something like that. But architect of his own doom, and so far I really get a Rincewind character from Discworld, Terry Pratchett's Discworld. Persuasive. Let's go with that.
Persuasive works. Long-winded.
What is long?
It means he can talk on for hours if he gets passionate about a topic.
Let's call it passionate.
Sure, why not? Passionate. He is adventurous. Honestly, adventurous as well. But actions.
Think about D&D, like one crazy thing that Osric has done. Like releasing a demon, or stealing a treasure, or killing his party.
The most craziest thing he's done is bluffing against a fae, like an archfey. So I don't know how you'd put that in a single word, because that is kind of part of the tale of how he manages to escape from the Feywild. At least that is one of the concrete parts of his tale. So
basically conquered the Fey. Do you know how many stories did Osric tell when he managed to escape?
999.
Oh,
he could not.
That's pretty disappointing, actually.
He encountered an extreme case of writer's block for this final tale.
Oh, Anchor himself's detail-oriented.
Yep, makes sense.
Oriented. I love that one.
Detail-oriented.
He gets pretty descriptive with his stories. Oh, I love that one. That's very good. That's a very good one. So we got a bunch of things. And I'll try to bold the things that I think are important. If you have anything, you can really add them. So Bard is really important. We're talking about a fantasy classic Bard. It covers a lot of things. And then the Determined, I'll go with detail-oriented because I really love that one. It's very unique.
Yes.
Now, we do have, you know, the Owl is important. Also the Fae. I'll bold both of them.
Yes.
I'm gonna put them in italic because they're kind of things outside of Osric, like pets.
Sure.
Magic, illusion, gears. I think gears was you said that when you were thinking. Books, lore.
Yes.
Coward. I like the coward. How does it work with determined? That's a very unique combination.
I think it's very much he has a very strong determination to survive no matter what. But that means he will often be the first one to just flee or find a way to escape a situation rather than defeating a situation. It is the philosophy of a fight does not matter if I stick around and try to actually fight it if I have no chance of winning it. But if I manage to figure out a way to get out of it, that's still a victory in its own sense.
Yeah.
I still get to live on for another day and perhaps figure out another solution at a different time.
Yeah.
But currently, again, Osric is by no means a fighter. I, again, very much sticking with the D&D style capabilities he has. Actually, to give you the exact class, multi-class I've pictured for him, it's a Bard Warlock, actually. Bard with like a single splash into like Warlock.
Okay. Bard Warlock. Warlock gives us a bit of selfish kind of image, which I like, kind of evil, selfish. Think Myoga from Inuyasha, determined with goals and passion, but he needs to survive to do that, so he believes in tactical retreat. Okay, yeah, I love that.
That's an accurate descriptor.
So we're gonna go with this. Bard, surviving coward, which is very Rinswindy. Architect of his own doom, which is again very Rinswindy. Detail-oriented, but at the same time I'm missing one more thing, and I'll go with the... I need one more. I need one more really strong one. And I think we don't have that yet.
Yeah. One...
Give me a moment to get my cat out of the house, and you think you kind of brainstorm with yourself. Be right back.
Okay, sure thing. Let me think. The one more defining thing about myself, about the Osric. Because there is we've already gotten his strong will to survive no matter what may happen. Very strong sense of... A very also strong sense of... I think this works in with the Bard thing as well. But... So sorry for sputtering out coward. I want to think of a different word for it. No, that is an accurate word for it. It's... Hey, that's the thing. A beautiful archetype, I believe, is the coward that still manages to, despite their fear and cowardliness, do something. I feel that is something we are wanting to play around with here. I feel like it is dedication to telling the story, or dedication to his craft. But I feel like that wraps into
back.
Like determination to survive.
Okay, do we get anything?
The other main thing about Osric is his number one thing. Again, the reason why he became a bard is his dedication to not only finding new lore, but being able to create stories from the lore that he discovers to present it in a way that is actually entertaining for folks. It's very much the to give you a little bit more of like his backstory of one of the main reasons why the Fae just really want him for herself is that the Fae wanted his stories just for herself, so that nobody else could listen to Osric's tale except for her and her alone. and to Osric's own philosophy about stories, that is complete anathema to his own sort of like life's purpose of not only collecting lore and knowledge, but being able to spread that to other people so that they can not only enjoy, learn, but just, yeah, be able to learn more things about the world around. And very much the statement was, I believe this, I'm taking a little bit from the story version of Osric's backstory that my friend wrote. Is there's one line of, I know how you are, Osric. Even if I were to try to cut your tongue out, you'd still find a way to try to tell people stories. I think that is another thing about him, is the very much he has a life purpose, and that life purpose is to,
I get the word teach from here.
Yeah, teaching.
Or
not just
passing on information. Thank you, Kareem. I'll drink now. So sorry about spotting coward or no. I love it. I love coward characters because it is so naturally instinct. It's very, there's a rule. Who said? I think Blake Snyder or Robert McKee in his book Story. One of them said that everything here that we write, it is a fantasy setting, right? But everything needs to be very prehistoric, in a way that if you tell this story to a prehistoric human, a prehistoric person, they will understand what's going on. So
right.
If you're chasing aliens because of some philosophical, political debate, it's not very understandable and relatable as something like your daughter was kidnapped. So sometimes you have to go with the simplest things. Tell me about the Fae in a couple of words.
Okay, the Fae is,
because even after you run, first of all, the time is gonna be after you run.
Yes.
After escaping from the Fae. I feel like this would be a more interesting plot, because we're not gonna focus on the story, but rather on Osric's tale. So is the Fae important after you run from her?
So here is the tale of how Osric gets away from the Feywild and from the Fae. The Fae, who he only refers to and calls the Dark Lady of the Hunt. I picture her as very like, to go into a bit more of like the Fae like mythos, to be an unseelie type Fae associated with night, predatory birds, kind of like dark hair but with like menacing dark feathered wings, that kind of an image, if you want like kind of an image for her. So the way that Osric manages to escape from the Fae, and what I've written up thus far for him, is that for that final tale that he had no inspiration from, he made a gamble of saying, I've been stuck in the Feywild for 1,000 nights, and the problem is I'm running out of inspiration to make new tales, because there's only so much I've been able to craft from what I see in the Feywild. So let me go back to the material plane, to the normal physical world, and I will promise to create more tales by being inspired in whatever place you send me to. And so the Fae was very charmed by the idea of getting even more stories from Osric, and allowed him to go back to the normal world. And that normal world just happened to be this modern, current world that we are now living in.
But he did that in the 1999th story.
Yes, he needed that 999 because he knew no matter what he'd be able to craft up for that 1000th, he knew the phase like standard of story that he would want. And no matter what he came up with, to his mind, it just did not seem enough. Wait
a second, gotta go to bed since I have stuff to do tomorrow. You guys got this though. Also seeing the inspiration layout for writing, I definitely need to try this in my own writing. Thank you so much, Uncle Realm, for joining us. And please watch this later, and if you can learn anything from it, then just write down. And Percy tries to explain alien trade dispute politics in fiction to cavemen. Cavemen confused Dunga Bunga. Yes.
Exactly, yes. But yeah, have yourself a good night, Ancora. And again, thank you for showing up.
Especially in 3 a.m. Okay, give me something about the owl. Definitely will. This is really interesting.
Yes.
I love doing that so much. I should do a writing seminar. Get a few VTubers, do some writing seminar, and then I'm gonna write stories and read them.
I would definitely be up for that as well. That would be actually pretty nice. All right, so the owl named Bat. So Bat is not a regular owl. They in fact Osric met them while they were in the Feywild, and basically Osric, this is after he managed to learn a bit of Fey magic and so some bardic magic in, like, if we were to put him in any college of like the bard subclass, it would be the College of Glamour, which is the one flavored around you learn magic from the Fae. But anyway, so he manages to save Bat from a pack of much more monstrous Fae, and from that point onwards, Bat essentially becomes like Osric's closest companion and almost like a familiar. Like, if like that is the other part of where the warlock bit comes in, of like, if like mechanically I would to turn Osric into a D&D character, like on paper in a character sheet, Bat would serve as like Osric's familiar if you were to go with the warlock pact where they get the
if you take Bat's stats, D&D stats, is it like a normal owl pet familiar, or is there anything special that they can do?
Very much. I think physically that they have the same stats as an owl, but I believe they do have like some magical abilities, like being able to cast minor illusions or turn invisible. Nothing like too powerful, but like just enough to be like, okay, this isn't just a regular owl. This is a fake creature, but not like a very powerful fake creature.
We got some really good stuff here, and I'm gonna put the teach here. Also, I had an entertainer in my head, but I'd say every bard is an entertainer in nature. So when we're gonna talk about after escaping from the Fae, does she have a name?
I never actually gave her. I made this a slight reference to Shakespeare. She is just referred to only as the Dark Lady, or my Dark Lady. Yeah. We never.
The Dark Lady. So here's a really good concept for the story. Learning the name of the Dark Lady. Because I'm just brainstorming here. After you run, maybe she wants to chase you. Maybe she gets an entire army after you just to tell the last story. Now,
it is true.
In Osric's case, what's so problematic with telling one last story? Why wouldn't you just stay there? Why leave after 999 stories? Don't just stay there and tell one last story and get rid of it? Just get rid of the promise.
It is very much I feel like it is half the Dark Lady sort of, if your story does not entertain me, I will put you through something worse than death. It was basically, tell me a good story or else you will suffer for it. And another half of it is just Osric's own perfectionism. Not only is there this threat of something worse than death if he does not create an entertaining story, he himself is a perfectionist, that he like has envisioned this final tale will be like the most perfect tale he could ever tell. But no matter what he's able to try to come up with, it just does not fly by his standards.
That's a good reason. That's a good reason.
So he's kind of. It's so basically there.
Is there some kind of imposter syndrome going on here?
Perhaps.
Let's go with the perfectionism.
Yeah, I think
I like the concept. Yeah, I like the concept of wanting the final story to be really big, but no matter what you do, you can't make it big enough. And she just wants this final story, and he doesn't want to end with just something. So
yes,
we already have a very interesting conflict here, which I love. While trying.
Because there's very much this image in Osric's mind, I believe, that the Dark Lady is expecting something big, something that is the best out of all the tales she has heard thus far.
She expects. I think if she expects something big and Osric wants something big, it's not as interesting. So
True.
maybe she expects any kind of story, and Osric wants something big, or the other way around. She expects a big story, and Osric wants to run away.
Yeah, it's basically he's just trying to create, or he's trying to like think what the Dark Lady is thinking, but he's just misconstruing his own sense of perfection. He's not thinking I'm the one that needs a perfect story. He's pretty much trying to project that onto it being a demand from the Dark Lady, when in fact she said nothing to really suggest that, but it's just himself trying to project that onto somewhere else rather than himself, if that makes sense.
So she wants any story pretty much just to end the promise because she's entertained. He wants the biggest story. He wants to end with a bang. Because he's a perfectionist. I love it.
That is true.
Great.
Yeah, I'm liking that as well.
Okay, so we know the when, we know the where, right? That's the kind of a human D&D fantasy setting. Faerun, I guess. Faerun.
Well, here's where we kind of split from. Okay, it's gonna be odds talking about like canon for Osric, because the kind of like canonical place where Osric ends up is just 21st century, our like the actual human world, because the whole portal that he takes out,
what year?
Is basically
2022.
I guess, yeah, 2022 basically. It's the very much the portal that the Dark Lady creates for him. He asks, will this take me back to my own world? And she basically says, who knows? So there's the option of, do we want to have him pop out in modern times and have a little bit of the element of the isekai trope
It
element
will
there?
be very isekai-ish.
Very isekai-ish, or do we want him to just kind of pop out back into like a regular D&D world?
I like the concept that he's popped up here. Maybe we can tell this a year later, when Osric is already set, works in a company in a suit, and maybe a high-tech company or something.
Oh god.
Maybe
Like,
what is Osric doing in 2022? Is he looking for a way to go back? Is he looking to stay here?
I think at this point he has. So I think I picture Osric being fascinated by just the amount of stories there that exist in this world. Because if you think about it, we are living in an era where we have access to more stories and tales than any other person in any previous era in existence has had access to. So like suddenly, like Osric, having lived in an area where he was only able to get the stories and lore of just one country or region, suddenly he's in a world where like he could get to read the tales of like every single nation in this world, all the mythologies, all of the legends, and not only that, just modern media with all of its range of stories that's being created in different mediums. That has fascinated him, and suddenly he realized, oh, there's a lot more inspiration I can take from here for like creating this final story for the Dark Lady whenever she demands I go back to create it for her.
So he's trying to where do you see Osric a year later in 2022?
A year later.
What is he doing? Where does he live? Personally, I see him spend time in libraries every day.
Yeah, I feel like he's... For starters, there's going to be a culture shock that you can't just get a room to stay in by performing in a bar. Yes. Unfortunately. There's going to be that small culture shock to him. So after that initial realization of, oh, things don't work quite as I remembered they worked. Yeah, I feel like he'd either end up in a lot of libraries or end up glued to a computer screen, because again, the other way to get lots of information and stories is just over the internet. I feel like he might have like managed to somehow scrape together enough money to rent a room above like a very rowdy like bar, or
maybe he performs at that bar.
Yeah, performs at that bar.
How do you say rowdy? Rowdy, like this?
Rowdy.
Yeah.
ROW.
W, yeah, okay. Rowdy Bar performs at the bar. Okay, we'll talk about the bar later. It's not that important, but I think we should talk about a year later, after Osric has been kind of settled down in the human world, and something happens. So let's go to our. We have the prologue basically. We know that Osric ran from the Fae, from the Dark Lady, stuck in 2022, works at a bar a year later. And we can sum this up in a few words.
Yeah.
Now we have this sighting incident. So, one day,
Perfect.
so
made the perfect story.
So
Okay.
I'd say that Osric is kind of forgetting the Dark Lady, just enjoying the life.
Oh, 100%. There's so many more stories to read and like enjoy and watch now. He's just having a very good time, honestly speaking.
Watching Netflix all day.
I imagine him to very much be the type to multitask, have Netflix on, a book in the other hand, and just be consuming as much as he could.
Multitask consuming.
Multitask consuming like media. Yep.
Perfect. Now, this sounds like a really good life until something happens. So, what is the inciting incident? One day, bam. And the inciting incident cannot be... The protagonist naturally wants to get away from it. Let's say someone comes knocking down the door and say, hey, you have to come with us. Naturally, the protagonist doesn't want to go.
Yes.
But the inciting incident is so strong that the protagonist cannot, either because they don't want or they can't literally, cannot go back to their normal life. So we're in a position that Osric really wants to sit all day and consume media. I love this kind of picture, Netflix in one hand, a book in another. And what is happening? Is the Dark Lady coming back for the promise? Or something else?
I feel like it would be more so a servant of the Dark Lady rather than herself. Although herself would make it also interesting. That's the debate. Is it a very terrifying servant of the Dark Lady or herself? Which would be the more...
What do you think is more interesting? Think of a show that you've watched. Let's say, let's take any kind of story. If it's Harry Potter and Voldemort, or if it's Lord of the Rings, Frodo Baggins and Sauron. Take any kind of story. Do you think it's more interesting to fight a very big goon or the boss himself?
That is true. That is true. Would you rather fight Sauron or would you rather fight one of the ring wraiths?
Exactly.
That is...
And I gotta say, Sauron is a bit more interesting.
That is a bit more interesting.
It is a lot more interesting. in the Middle Earth games, Middle Earth Shadow of War, at the end, you actually get to fight Sauron.
Right, that's right.
Oh, you played it? I love this game so much. And at the end, when you fight Sauron, you're like, oh my god, I'm actually fighting Sauron. Don't just fight the Nazgul. That's the real boss. That's the ending. That's the real thing.
It is.
So I feel like the Dark Lady, because Osric left after the 999th story, I feel like there's a story that we should complete. So maybe we should complete this story
with the Dark Lady herself
and get a bit more interesting things about her.
That's true. I like that. Okay, let's go with the Dark Lady.
So two more things that we need to talk about is the genre and the storyteller. So first of all, the genre. True. Now we can go crazy. We can go horror, rom-com, anything else. I mean, you are sitting in 2022 watching Netflix, so there's some kind of comedic nature in here.
Yes, a little bit. I feel like comedy can. Okay, this is basic. Maybe my own take on comedy is no matter how serious something can get, there will always be like gems and glints of humor and comedy. No matter how hard you try to make something dark and serious and gritty, inevitably there will be glints of that. So.
And by the way, this is because of the last 15-20 years of movies based on the 15 bits of Black Snyder, which comedy is a recurring event. It has to be there. Otherwise the audience gets bored.
Yeah, it's very much if there's only just one continuous overbearing, unless it's very well crafted to be like that sense of like overwhelmingly serious.
Yeah, you have to put a joke inside, but if you go true comedy, in that sense, then let's say Osric is falling from a building, you land on the floor and you just get up dizzy. So in real comedy, there's no damage, there's no consequences. But here we're gonna have the consequences. So that's a big question, if you want to go to comedy all the way or just have some glimpse. And I think glimpse of comedy could be better. In our sense, if you go, for example, because I get romantic vibes from Osric and the Fae. And we have the isekai situation and Netflix stuff. So we can go back to the adventures world and getting more serious with car chases and teleporting back to fantasy time and so on. But we can also go the classic rom-com anime style, where the Dark Lady doesn't have powers in this world, and she has to go through the isekai. And Osric is all high and mighty because he knows what a remote control is, and she doesn't, and so on.
I never could have imagined that for her, but that's a good option as well.
So you're gonna have to choose. Both of them are really good options.
They are. Because I kind of like both of those ideas. Because I love my serious stuff, but I also do like my rom-coms.
We can also go with. I saw that in the anime canon from 2006, and I loved it. It starts. I'd say half the series is very comedic. It's 100% comedy, and then characters start dying, and it becomes so realistic.
Ah yes, the ARVN style of storytelling. The first half is all fine, and then Clannad after story happens.
Yes.
Second half of canon happens.
Exactly. They love it. This is exactly Clannad. So we can go with something like this. Starts very funny, then ends very serious. Although it's short stories, I don't know how much time we have for that. If you talk about 5 pages, we can do like 2.5 pages of funny and then 2.5 pages of serious. Although genre change in the middle could put people off.
It could, yeah. The first genre that kind of came to mind for this, I don't know if it's like the correct one to try to really go by, is kind of more of like, now that I'm trying to think of it, I'm trying to think of the exact phrase for it, but like...
Describe it however you can.
It's I'm trying to remember the exact word, but it's like, you know, when like there's supernatural and fantasy elements going on in a modern or an urban setting. It's kind of a little darker, but there's still room for like the comedy to come up from the weirdness of like, oh, they are still using like fantasy abilities in like an urban fantasy. But is that the right term? But I feel like I'm trying to come up with a term that does not quite fit whatever terms I'm trying to think of.
In a way, there are many animes for that. There's The Devil is a Part Armor, Hataraku Mao-sama.
Oh yeah, yeah. I actually, that's kind of.
And I immediately go to superheroes as well, Marvel and DC and so on. The X-Men, for example. Although the X-Men is a bit more gritty, I'd say.
Yes.
With characters dying and a lot of suffering.
Yes.
So let's put this, for example, for now in the urban fantasy. Let's write some comedy. For now, comedy changes, serious midway. Let's go with that for now. Now the storyteller is also pretty important. I had a teacher in university. I took some writing lessons, and he said that the storyteller is a character on its own. So when he writes script and books, he's actually making a character for the storyteller. I'm not going that far, but he's actually imagining the age of the storyteller, where he's telling the story right now, who is it, and so on. And the most important thing we want is the type of storytelling. Is it first person, third person? For example, Osric is telling from his point of view. I went there, I sit and watch Netflix. Or is it third person, like Harry Potter in the big books? Osric was here, Osric was watching, and so on. Do you have any style that you prefer?
I think third person, because because I almost imagine that, like, after this incident happens, Osric would love to tell this story again to other people. And even if it is a story where it's involving himself, I still feel like he would try to portray it like trying to start it off as, oh yes, this is a story about a certain other person out there. And yes, that person, and by the end of it goes, yes, that person is me. Mm-hmm. So I feel like that's often, okay, maybe that's something that I like to do with my stories, of the one telling the story at the end turns out to be the one that was in the story. That little trope. So I feel like third person kind of works for this.
Now, third person, we have two very... well, we have the classic past tense. Osric was, Osric went, Osric watched Netflix all day. But we also have some very unique... the Hunger Games does this. Present writing. Yes. Osric is watching Netflix. Osric is going there. Osric looks at the thing, which is a bit more dream-like. You write, when you write dreams, you go with present. It's really puts you in there, but it's kind of different. So, do you have any preferences in that way? Do you want the classic style or the weird style? You know, I think I'll go with the classic.
Yeah, the classic.
I feel I'm imagining it in my head, and I think that for Osric's tale, the present one sounds kind of off.
It does. Mm-hmm.
Okay, now tell me, what is the storyteller's opinion on Osric? Does he like Osric? Does he make fun of Osric?
I feel like definitely makes fun of Osric. It's the very much pointing out all of the flaws and mistakes that Osric has.
So, for example, Osric has been watching Netflix all day instead of doing his work. Because he's Osric, because he's lazy or something like that. Okay. We can play with that.
Yeah. Do you mind the idea of that? This is kind of like Osric trying to retell it, but from like, because again, he does like to retell stories that happened to himself. So I imagine this happens after this whole story happened and he's retelling it. But very much the type of person he is the one to. So
it's Osric telling about himself?
About himself, but in like a third person way. So I feel like he is very kind of self-critical. So kind of looking back at it, it's sort of like, oh, why was I like this?
Yeah. Ward, can you stop doing that? Ward, please. Doesn't even give me the option. I praised Ward so much. So we're gonna go with this. I like it. I like the idea. Also, it's a good point to say that anything you want, just tell me. I'm very open and very flexible. If you like something, you don't like something, if you want to change, really anything goes. We kind of go very deep into the planning here, but the more concise language would be clear for your reader. Okay, yes, see, the Ward had some nice suggestions. Okay, we have this, we have that, we have everything here. Let's go to the actual story.
Yes.
So, inciting incident. What happens? One day.
One day, I guess basically like the Dark Lady shows up in like that first kind of, because of course the first time that she ever met with Osric was when she was disguising herself as like a human. So in that same guise, she shows up at the door of his crappy little apartment.
She just appears there?
I'm thinking of some way we can make it more interesting.
I imagine her just opening the door filled with trash and feathers ripped and, I don't know, ketchup on her face. Like, where am I?
It's the other alternative, and this is kind of to mirror the first time that they had met in Osric's
I like
original world. The mirror of, so the first time they met was after like Osric did a performance at like a tavern, and then basically the moment their eyes met, she basically cast a charm spell on him, and he felt a need to go talk with her, with this mysterious woman that seems very interested in him. So the other alternative how they re-meet in the modern world is for Osric to be yet again performing in like the bar that he has like a small apartment rented over, and again to see her in the crowd and then have this shock of, oh no, I gotta go, and like just immediately books it out of the bar, runs up to his apartment to grab a few things before he could escape, but then she's right there in the apartment with him.
I love it, but let's twist this a bit.
Okay, sure.
Okay, because I love it that oh shit, I gotta go grab some stuff, go to the apartment. But if she appears in the apartment, then it's very classic.
True.
I want a twist here. I want a twist on the classic. So maybe and also you'll see it's very important in general for things to come out of Osric. So he's gonna be the initiating. If she appears in his apartment, it's like she is taking control over the story. Which is good. It's good for the inciting incident. But what if, I'm just giving ideas, just brainstorming. For example, while he grabs things, he stops and say, wait. And then you look outside the window, look outside the door, and she's not coming after him. Then he goes back to the bar. And maybe she's still there. Maybe she's lost. Maybe she lost her memories, and he's charming her this time. So it's repeating the first encounter, but in reverse order.
Oh, I really like that. I really, really like that.
Question is, where does it go? Let's go with this. Saying that she's not chasing him. Going back to the bar. Now, is she lost? She's lost. He's charming her. But what now? He successfully charms her, maybe not. I'll ask you a question. If Osric has a wound, an injury, is it the type Is it the type to let the injury heal, or the type to pick the injury constantly? Like a mosquito bite. Is it the type to scratch the mosquito bite, or just leave it alone?
He would definitely be like, not directly on the mosquito bite, but like just around the edges of it, because he knows it's not smart to directly like pick at the scab or whatever it is, but he feels the urge to like scratch it, so it just to try to keep like that attention off, just like around the area.
I love it. And we can actually add a scene where he scratches around a mosquito bite at the beginning to kind of hint at it. I love this kind of small actions that hint at the nature of the person. So how does this affect him meeting her? So he maybe wouldn't, he's used to the human world, right?
Yeah.
So maybe he can use his spells to charm her, to get used to it also. But does he do that? Maybe he's playing around it. Kind of reminds her of who he is, but not about her powers. Kind of plays with her.
It's the thing of I don't picture Osric as the type to be a really manipulative type of person, despite the fact that she has been the one that has manipulated him this whole time. Oh, I just got I haven't.
You have
No, I'm trying to think, because
think that you're in a situation. Think of D&D. You're in this situation. You see her at the bar.
Yeah.
She's not chasing you, but she is the lady who trapped you for 999 nights. Which is like
he would still approach her.
3
but
years.
The extreme.
It's like
Yeah.
3 years of being stuck with her. And you run away and you completely forgot your big story. You've just been addicted to Netflix all day and Wikipedia. And now you see her and she's completely lost her memories. What do you do about it? Do you just let her go? What's your decision?
He is still going to be curious about what the hell is going on. Alas, his curiosity is again a big part of what gets him into trouble, I feel like. So he needs to figure out what is going on.
Tell me about how does she look right now? Does she look like she's in control or is she completely lost? My first image was completely filled with trash, lost and homeless, but maybe she's all feathery, magnificent, beautiful, just lost her memories.
I feel like even when in like her normal human guise, I pictured her as still like kind of giving off that kind of mysterious noble woman vibe. So like I think a key thing of how he was able to spot her instantly is that she was dressed in like the similar kind of black, well, sort of like dress, like simple black dress, but like, you know, like kind of simple but elegant dress that like he remembers seeing her wearing the first night they encountered before she went full true Fae form on him. And that's how that's why he's like, this isn't just a coincidence of somebody that happens to look like the Dark Lady in her human guise. This is her. And he could also kind of sense it because they do have
a connection.
They do have a connection because that is, again, to go back to the D&D class thing for Osric, she is his warlock patron.
I'd even go and say that she was attracted to the bar because she heard his music, or she doesn't even know why she went there.
Yeah, so I feel like she heard, like, just as she came to the human world, by what means we'll figure that out. Heard, again, like, as you're saying, Osric's like singing, and that managed to bring back a glimmer of, I know this person, but I don't know why.
Let's play there's a game in Whose Line. What was that? New thing? I don't know. I think it's New Line, or I don't remember. Let's go with a new thing. So the game goes like this. I'm gonna give you a situation, and then I'm gonna say new thing, and you throw away the first action as stupid as you can possibly think of, okay?
Okay.
Let's do an example. Give me a situation.
Okay, a situation, just any situation.
Any kind of simple, like you look through a well and a snake pops out. Give me any kind of simple situation.
Okay. Alright. You're walking up the stairs and you suddenly feel something slimy on your foot and slip.
Perfect. Now, I'm going to tell you what I do, and every time I tell you something, you go with new thing, okay? Until you are very satisfied. So tell me the situation again.
Okay, you're falling down the stairs and then you fall on something slimy.
I grab the stairs wall.
Okay, new thing.
No. You just say new thing, and I'm going to find a new thing that I do to conquer the situation. So you say new thing, I'll go with, I turn around and I grab the floor with my hands.
Okay, and then I say new thing.
Yes, I scream and fall on my head.
New thing.
I jump with all of my power and do a flip and land on my feet.
Okay.
You have to say new thing faster.
New thing. New thing.
I fall on a pillow my loved one made.
New thing.
I fall and the floor melts and it's all a dream.
New thing.
I don't fall. I freeze in place. Time froze and the entire world is now freezing time.
New thing.
I'm not really falling. I actually standing, but I'm dizzy. I think I'm falling. I have a psychological disease that just started now.
New thing.
I am falling and I start spinning and I become a butterfly and it's all been the metamorphosis of being born. I'm actually a baby, a fetus just been born, and it has a fall. Wait, I've been dreaming and I just woke up because of the fall, and I figured that I'm late for work and my wife is dead. So
Do thing.
you kind of get where this is going.
I do, yes.
And you go with the craziest thing. So we're gonna do that, and it puts you on the spot. But you just think, not think, speak before you can think. Okay, just say whatever.
Okay, sure.
So here's the situation, Osric. You've been watching Netflix for a year and reading Wikipedia. You've been having the most fun in your life. Your life is perfect. But one day you see the dark lady in a bar. You say, oh shit. You go back to your apartment. You grab everything. But then you see that she doesn't chase you. So curious, you go back to the bar. You see her standing there. And then you lock your stare with her. What do you do?
I go up to her and immediately hug her and say, oh, fancy seeing you here.
New thing.
I immediately book it out of the bar and scream my head off, running towards just wherever I can go to, whatever dark alley I can find.
Run to alley. New thing.
I walk up to her and sort of continue staring at her in silence until I go, is it really you? Is it time?
New thing.
I go to the bartender, tell the bartender, hey, order this lady a taxi and get her out of here as quickly as I can.
New thing.
I go up to the dark lady, take her to the bar, order a drink, and sigh and say, so what is it this time now?
Okay, you sit next to her and she says, excuse me, who are you? What do you do?
I look at the dark lady flabbergasted and ask, are you seriously asking me that question after everything you did to me?
New thing.
I freeze, stare at her, and then just shake my head saying, I must have confused you for somebody else.
Okay, you decide to charm her, to bring some of her memories back. What do you do exactly, or how many memories do you bring back?
Now it's the question of what I really want to charm memories
Oh,
back,
maybe you
because
don't want. So let's go back a step. What do? You speak to her. What do you do now?
Because I realize she's lost her memories, and I will be like, okay, tell me about yourself, and just try to get to know how much she remembers. Does she even know?
She doesn't remember anything. What do you do?
Okay. Then I'll basically, at this point, order a normal drink. I don't think he'd order booze. Order just water for her, maybe some food, and then just observe her and continue probing her.
You
with
observe
questions.
her for an hour and nothing happens. You feel the urge to do something. What do you do?
Now, basically, just be like, would you like? Why did you come into this bar? Why did you come and hear my voice?
She doesn't know. She has noticed. She's waiting for you to do an action. She needs an action.
Okay.
It's your app.
And now at that point, he's going to get up onto get up to the bar stage. Since nobody's there, it's just the two of them. Be like, what kind of story would you like me to tell you then?
Perform her. Okay, new thing.
New thing. Get up, take a heavy swig of whatever drink he has, and goes, do you want to watch some Netflix?
New thing.
He takes her by the arm, goes up on the stage, and be like, do you know how to sing? Let's sing a song together.
Okay. New thing.
New thing. He orders a taxi, calls the police to get her, just call her for double check with the missing persons reports.
We have that already. New thing.
Oh, damn it, right. New thing. Go basically cast magic to just completely seal her memory, make whatever happened to her even worse, so that there is no chance she could remember herself.
And then what?
And then I think at that point, now that she's in person, he could try to figure out a way to sever the Warlock Pact connection between himself and herself, now that there's an opportunity where she is weak.
Okay, what if you take any of this above? right? Hug her, run to the alley, order a taxi to get her out of here, tell her about yourself, perform for her, watch some Netflix, cast the magic to make memories, any of these, but it gets worse. It gets wrong. So an example,
like,
you cast the magic to make her memories worse, but it gets wrong. You bring her memories back with more hatred. Or you want to watch some Netflix together, and you actually get romantic. And then there's something in Netflix that sparks her memories back. So it got wrong.
Yeah.
That could be an interesting point. Or hug her. Hug her. And then it goes wrong. Maybe you hug her and you fall and and she gets hurt. She gets stabbed in the stomach by a glass. Run to the alley. Maybe when you run, she chases you. That could be a comedic kind of story.
Yep. I can picture that happening as well. But okay, yeah.
Order a taxi. She's out of there, and then you feel remorse. Like, what are you doing? And then you start looking for her, but you have no idea where the taxi is, and you basically look for the taxi. These are like 7 completely different stories. You can see how fun this is to do.
Yep, it's so many potential ideas, but which one to go with?
Yes. So, do you have any preferences? I'm gonna go pee for a second. You think of them, or if you have anything new.
Okay, I will think about it, because the automatic, I feel like the easiest option would be the magic, but the other thing is to, just basically realize, I can realize they can be a better person than the Dark Lady and offer hospitality when they're in a weak state, and just give them a place to stay for the night. That is another thing. Although I feel like that kind of rolls into Netflix, and I do not want to say Netflix, and it's not. We're not. Goodness, that is veering way into yabe territory there. Hello there, Wu Egg. Mimic has just gone to the washroom for a little bit, so it's just me, Osric, your humble bard, trying to figure out which of these options here would be the way that the inciting incident can go for this story. Yeah, we're trying to write a story.
I'm back.
Luck had made it so that I was the winner of Mimic's.
Hello, Wu Egg. Welcome to the stream. Is it one of your? I heard Netflix and chill. You did. Osric is in the 21st century watching Netflix.
Something to compound on the okay, we're just gonna say it kind of compounds into the idea of, like, he looks at her, he realizes that she has probably no place to stay, and thinks, I need to be a better person than she was, so let's offer some compassion to her. Not necessarily, like, I think maybe showing her, like, a show, and it's like, hey, look at the stories that are in this world. This is why I told you to send me back to a world to get more inspiration, but also just giving her a place to stay, being like, I will be a better person than she ever was to me.
So
I feel like
we chose this one. That do you want to watch some Netflix?
It's like half watch some Netflix and half trying to prove that he is like a more better, compassionate person than the Dark Lady ever was to him.
Let's
trying
put
to
this
kind of one up that there. Yeah.
Here. So the question is, what is the thing that goes wrong? You watch some Netflix together, and then she says something, or she does something, or something happens to her. What is it? We're gonna play the new thing game again.
Yep. Okay.
You watch Netflix, you chill. What's happening?
She notices something in the movie that reminds her of how she used to be herself. Maybe they ended up watching Maleficent. I don't know.
Watching Maleficent. I have no idea how to write Maleficent. Here. New thing.
Osric tries to get kind of close and intimate because he unintentionally feels like getting charmed by her again, but that makes her snap back to her memories.
Okay, new thing.
Osric makes some. Okay, I feel like this is a continuation of the other one. Osric gets too drunk and passes out and realizes that he is now bound by magical thorns, as it looks like that this was all a ploy by the Dark Lady, because she was just feigning to have pretended to have lost her memory so she could get him into a more vulnerable state.
Nice. New thing.
Oh, I used a lot of brain cells for that one.
Yeah, we want deeper.
Osric tries to explain to her the current state of the world by showing her Netflix, showing her like stories, and explaining what he is doing now. Again, and then the Dark Lady asks just suddenly, so then where is my final story?
So she basically remembers everything suddenly.
Yeah, basically
Okay.
remembers everything suddenly.
New
Yeah.
thing. Go crazy.
Go crazy.
You watch Netflix with her.
Suddenly a bunch of crows come bursting into the apartment, because those are the servants of the Dark Lady that are trying to find her after realizing she had disappeared into the human world.
New thing.
Suddenly there's a knock at the door as they open up, and you find that a policeman had come in saying that they have looking for somebody that caused an accident, basically killed somebody nearby, and the MO and description matches the girl, the Dark Lady.
I love it. New thing.
Suddenly the Dark Lady starts screaming as the raven feathers she normally has in her Fae form bursts from her body, as the transformation into a Fae form, something is sealing it, but she's trying her best to, at that moment, to break free from whatever it is that's sealing away her memories and true power.
Too complicated. New thing. Let me try some stuff, and you tell me new thing.
Okay.
She cries and starts telling stories that makes Osric think that maybe it's not her, but someone who looks like her.
Oh, I like that one. New thing.
They kiss and they get married and they have a child, and one day before the wedding he feels like he must bring back her memories, and then she goes crazy, and he's like conflicted between the marriage and why did he do that? Why did he remind her everything?
Nice. New thing.
No, I go all the romantic ways. She dies. She dies, and crows burst out of her, bringing dark powers to the human world. Now she has to deal with the consequences of her death.
New thing.
They sit together, they hold hands, and then she starts telling him stories. And then he wants her to tell him 1,000 stories every night, and then make a promise that she's no. That's good for an ending. New thing. They sit, and she starts telling a story about her past that he did not know, and she remembers all of her past before becoming the Dark Lady, and she asks for help because she's afraid of becoming the Dark Lady, and he decides to go on a journey to stop her from becoming the Dark Lady.
Oh, I like that. New thing.
Oh, this is hard. I love it so much though. He gets up after being inspired by the Netflix and tells her, let's go out. And they go outside and they start hanging around. And they have an adventure in the world of, hey, what's this, what's that, and try cotton candy and watch anime. Oh, completely milked. It's hard. Let's go with what we have so far. So we had the wedding. What else we had? The
Wedding.
dying.
Dying. The dream of becoming the Dark Lady and not wanting to become become like a full Fey
not
Lord. Yeah, help me.
become like that. Okay, we have some really good stories here. So, do you have any favorite?
I think the other one was like her telling stories and Osric beginning to get doubts of whether it really is the Dark Lady. That was the other one that I kind of liked.
Telling stories, and is she really the Dark Lady?
And
or someone
I know you said
similar to
or
her?
someone similar. Yeah, I know you were like the one that you said of like making a promise for her to tell them 1,000 stories. That does really feel like a good like ending bit. If we could work that in some way, but if it will still fit with what we want to go with, that'll be the question. Potential ending, yeah.
It's a really good ending for the story. It could go here, which is a great change.
Yes. Yeah.
The question is, do you have any of these that you think, oh, I wanna tell this story. I wanna hear this story. Do you wanna hear the story about the Dark Lady dying and Osric dealing with her consequences? Do you wanna hear the story of the Dark Lady and Osric getting married? And a day before the wedding, he reminds her, he reminds her that she's a Dark Lady, and now she goes crazy, all Scarlet Witch, and tries to burn the world. Do you wanna hear the story of when Osric thought it was the Dark Lady, but actually it was someone who looks like her? If you watch Code Lyoko,
oh my goodness, you are bringing back memories here, my friend.
that's basically the plot, right? There's the pink-haired girl, what's her name? And one day she transfers to school, and like an entire season, or was it an episode? Feels like a season. You think it's her, but then you discover that it's just some random girl who looks like her.
Yep.
And the hero goes crazy with thought, oh, maybe it's her, what am I doing?
Oh goodness, this is tough.
Yeah, this is the hardest part of the story. This is cracking everything, basically.
Yeah,
Once we have that, from here it's a smooth sail.
I feel like the ones I most like the most is the dreaming of being the Dark Lady, but not wanting to become that. And the yeah, I feel like that one is one of the top ones. The next one is the one that is like the sudden casting of doubt if is this actually her or somebody similar. The telling stories and realizing, oh, is this actually her or not?
I'll go a bit romantic here and say that after Netflix they kind of cuddled together. Not all the way. Yeah. He doesn't really know what he's doing because she has no memories and so on. And then she dreamed of being the Dark Lady, help me not become like that.
Yeah.
Let's go with that. This is a story that personally I would want to hear right now. It's very, it's also very, it's also very my kind of style.
Fair enough, fair enough.
This is the style of stories that I would wanna. I mean, if I watch this kind of anime first episode, I say, oh, that's interesting. I'm gonna watch this one. Also, there's the trope of an enemy becoming a loved one, which is I'm addicted to that.
It's a. I do not blame you. It's a very good trope. So, yeah.
And I'll tell you what. Usually, sleeping together after Netflix, that's the ending of the story. But then there's this out of nowhere. Wait, the story didn't end. There's something here. So she's dreaming of becoming a Dark Lady. Now let's be a bit more technical. What's supposed to happen for her to become the Dark Lady?
All right. Now we're gonna go into the why is she suddenly not have her powers?
Yes, or maybe she wasn't fully evolved. Or maybe there's a way to stop her from being the Dark Lady. Maybe she's suffering as the Dark Lady and she wants to not suffer. Maybe being the Dark Lady...
She intentionally reverted herself.
Is hard. Or she used the opportunity of magic being weak in 2022 to revert her powers. Now, what needs to happen for her to not be the Dark Lady?
I feel like this is going to be linked up with the original pact that Osric had created with the Dark Lady. But there is a magical connection between them. So, and I feel like that is now the one last kind of spark and remnant of like.
But was she the Dark Lady before Osric?
She was before, yeah.
So what turned her into a Dark Lady? We do the new things again. Give me just randomly. What made her the Dark Lady?
She was a oh goodness. She was a conception. She is not really a person. She is the conceptual. She is the very concept of fear of the dark itself.
New thing.
She
was born like this. New thing.
She was born like this. She was a human girl that was captured by Fae and turned into that position by the previous Dark Lord or Mistress that was in charge of the domain that she now ruled and that she ruled in the Feywild.
New thing.
She was a sacrifice to some ancient pagan god, but instead of being sacrificed and dying, she became an avatar of that god.
That's Cult of the Lamb. New thing.
Oh my goodness, I haven't even played the game yet. God damn it.
That's the plot, but it's great. I mean, that's the plot for the first minute. That's great. New thing.
She was born. She was created as a fae that fought tooth and claw to ascend to a position of power in the domain of the Feywild, where she now reigns.
Too complicated. New thing. Let's go with 1A competition, 1A Fae competition for power. Now regrets it. New thing.
Yeah. She was a human that had encountered a dying Fae, and upon touching their blood, absorbed all the power of that Fae.
That's the plot of She-Hulk.
God.
New thing. No, I mean anything exists somewhere.
And it's true. No, you're right.
Yeah, there are no original stories. New thing. Oh, you know what I really love doing? I love taking ancient stories, like biblical stories and so on, or children's stories, and take the concept from those. But I don't think we need that. I think we're doing pretty okay. Let's do one more.
Oh, great. One more. Let's.
Also, I don't know about you, but I'm having so much fun.
Yep. The Dark Lady is a human that was cursed with immortality and eventually made their way to the Feywild as they grew sick of the human world.
Okay, let's go with that. It's pretty much this one. Let's go with this one. So, out of this bunch, she's the conception of fear. She was born like this. Maybe her parents were great fays and she did the hair. Maybe she's a human who captured by fairies or went to the fays. Maybe she's a sacrifice. Maybe she won a fae competition and got the powers. Maybe she helped a dying fae. Any of these, what do you think? It really doesn't really matter.
I feel like we could actually combine. They were a human that got captured by the fae, and then in the process of her captivity, absorb the powers of like.
Oh, I actually thought that we're gonna go with this. During the process of captivity, she won a fae competition, and not only got released, but also became the strongest fae.
Oh, that is true.
But this one works as well. During the captivity, she helped a captive fae and got the powers.
And thus became a fae herself.
Or this one, the combination, any of them work. You know, we can do it with this and then this.
Yeah.
So let's say she helped capture a fae. So she didn't get the position. She captured by the faes. She helped a dying fae and absorbed the powers. Got out. And then what? She won the fae competition or sacrifice. Maybe she sacrificed someone else.
Maybe the fae that she absorbed the powers for was like the previous ruler of that domain.
I feel like that's not enough.
Mm-hmm.
But she wasn't born like this. We said that she was born as a human.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Was a human who captured by Fae. Helped the Dying Fae absorb the powers. Got out. Now, if she helped the Dark Lord, that's too classic. I want a twist.
Mm-hmm. Got out. Oh.
She got out and then she became the Dark Lady. How? What's happening in the middle?
A betrayal seems too easy.
What kind of betrayal?
Became the consort of the previous Dark Lord of that realm and then turned on them. Although that just feels a little too overdone.
That's interesting though. She became the assistant, maybe personal assistant?
Yeah, personal assistant or maybe even consort. I feel like the consort is like a more closer position they could get to.
How do you write consort?
I think it's an S in the middle. S-O-R-T.
Oh, I see. Consort. Got out. Consort of the current Dark Lord or Dark Lady?
Of the previous. Let's make it Dark Lord. Of the previous
Dark Lord. And then the previous Dark Lord dies, and she gets the powers. Why?
I think maybe it's the.
Is it some maybe Portal 2? There is the thing that Cave Johnson dies and gives the lab everything to his assistant.
That's true.
Because he trusts her more than anyone else. But I also like the idea that you said of killing the Dark Lord. Maybe she kills the Dark Lord during his weak time and she regrets it their entire life.
Yeah.
But
because I feel like she's figured out a way with the again help the Dying Fae and absorb their powers. After that, figured out okay, there is ways to just further absorb power. But
hello, Yuki Anon. Thank you for joining the party. Let me roll the die for you. That's a 4, the best number for party games. 4 players. Also a good number for D&D.
It is indeed. Yes, Yuki, welcome in. Good to see you here. Good to see you. And look at that. Finally, you being able to see me at an hour fitting to your time zone.
This is why we have Osric here too. We're gonna be here there all day. No, I don't know if the whole day, but hello, Jade. Oh, that's right. You became an affiliate. Yes, I became affiliated yesterday, I think.
Nice.
I know every day in VTuber time is like a year. Couldn't miss a storytelling. Yeah, we're still in the planning part, but that's the really hard part, you can say. Congrats on reaching affiliate. Thank you. It feels like it for sure. Yes. Everything is so many things are happening.
Time goes all wibbly wobbly, that's for sure.
Yeah. So but I love this community so much love and support in it.
There is so much.
Okay, so here's what I've been thinking. Maybe she. This is a bit Game of Thronesy. Well, maybe the Dark Lord is planning to destroy all humans or something, and she has to choose to kill him. Now, she's his consort. She has the most closest position to him. And after a debate or a conflict, she kills him. But as she kills him, there's this ancient curse that whoever kills the Dark Lord becomes the Dark Lord. And now she's kind of flooded with the powers.
Very Game of Thronesy.
Yeah.
That said, I do like it.
It's hard enough for her to reach the position that she kills him. She doesn't want those powers. She wanted to save the humans. But we are still making her a killer.
Yeah. Do we want her as a killer
now,
or
it
not?
will work if we start the story with her watching Netflix and being all cutesy. And then we figure out she's a killer later. So it's there's a good example in Robert McKee's book Story about many movies that start in a later time during the movie and then a flashback, because you don't want to learn that someone is a murderer, because if you know that someone is a murderer, you're not gonna like the culture. First, you're going to connect with the culture, seeing them in their good times, and then you learn that they're a murderer, and now you have a conflict in your head. Like, oh my, I love this culture. What is he's an evil person. I mean, she is Osric's nemesis. She is the evil fae, the Dark Lady.
Indeed.
So it makes sense that she got the powers by doing a dark action, like killing, but maybe she killed him by mistake. Maybe he reached the end and wanted to curse her and decided to die and give his powers.
I feel like they're making like the title of the Dark Ruler of that domain of night is almost like more of a burden than anything. I like
Yes.
kind of thematic theme to it. So it almost feels poetic that like as the Dark Lord that is dying passes on to her out of spite than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
It's the
What is the action that makes... So he passes it to her by out of spite. But what is the action that she does that makes him decide to give it to her? It could be something serious like he had a son being born and she was supposed to deliver the baby and she failed, the baby dies and now he hates her. But it could be something really stupid like she spilled some wine on him.
Oh, I had an idea. I have an idea. Maybe just to show that despite having reached at this current point, she still has a soft spot for humans.
Mm-hmm.
So, and maybe this also plays into why she has such a liking for Osric as well. Like, in this current period, there was a certain, like, entertainer, bard, let's go by that, that happened to come into the domain of the Dark Lord. And she heard a few tales from it and was curious about it. But then that bard ended up dying beneath, like, some, like, cruel, like, trick or...
Okay, she fell in love with a bard who came by to tell stories. Maybe it took some time from her job and the Dark Lord killed the bard. So she goes back to him. Took her time, Dark Lord kills bard. Now what? She goes into a tantrum, she tries to run away from the Dark Lord. She breaks an important item from the Dark Lord.
I feel like there might be an element of she tries to sabotage the domain, maybe. Not to directly like kill the Dark Lord,
I
but
love
to, like,
that.
take down.
She breaks an important item. She destroys. How is she sabotaging?
Maybe this is a little complicated, but maybe there is like for every Fey domain, there is like a core key item that kind of is like the keystone that keeps that realm like safe and warded off from any other Fey lords that want to expand their territory into it. So maybe she tries to tamper with that.
Temper, or let's go with break. Breaks a keystone that gives the Dark Lord control over his powers.
Yeah.
He's dying, but gives her the burden as spite. Thank you. So many things are happening. QQ Tizzle, thank you so much. It's my first bits. You're the first bidder. Out of nowhere, you came across a farmer's cart selling corn. A child is trying to convince you how good this corn is. It has the juice, the child exclaims. What juice? The farmer looks at the corn and kind of rubs it and tells the boy, "This is corn. There's no juice in it." And I don't know what's going on. We're doing D&D with a bit. And the child says, no sir, if you squish it, you have to duck down and you have to put it in the ground, you have to kick it, then the juice comes out. And the farmer turns around, buries a small hole in the ground, puts the corn inside, starts kicking it. The corn flies over the farmer's house, and then the farmer turns around and sees the boy run away with his purse. The end.
That is that story. Oh my goodness. A bit with a bit.
I'm so excited. Thank you so much, Tizzle, for the bit. And thank you, a bit for a bit. Yes, Tizzle, I'm glad you're happy with that. Also, I have now the bit badge forever. So we have this one, and then she becomes the Dark Lord, the Dark Lady, and tries to run away from the responsibility powers. Let's go with just against her will. What?
There you go.
Okay, just a very small touch. She's the Dark Lady, and she doesn't want to be the Dark Lady. What forces her to stay? The crawls are just forcing her to do her job. Nightmares, pain if she doesn't do anything. Saxter, I hope you have a good stream, man. Dude, it's currently almost 5 a.m. my time. I'll leave a lurk on my phone. Thank you so much. And get some good sleep and drink some water and eat some good food.
Give yourself a good sleep. Let's think. I feel like just by becoming the Dark Lady, they are kind of magically bound to that. No, that doesn't make sense. They are bound just because she still has been able to travel out of the Feywild before.
So she has some. She can stretch. She can stretch the limits. It's almost 5 a.m. too, but I don't feel like sleeping. I know what you mean. I'm so excited to do stuff.
Yeah,
So there's something that limits her. I mean, can she go wherever she wants as long as she does? Maybe there's a rule, like she has to do one evil deed every day or something like that. Maybe she has to. She has to kill a human every week. Maybe otherwise Otherwise her powers go crazy and kills everyone around. I'm thinking D&D skills, like curses, D&D curses. Maybe the crows are forcing her. If she doesn't do bad deeds, the crows are forcing her to do even more bad deeds. Maybe she has dark energy building up. If she doesn't release it in dark actions every once in a while, the next one is gonna be bigger and stronger. Maybe it's just painful. If she's not acting bad, if she's not causing harm to others. There's a game called Black Book that I've been playing. I love the game. And in the game, you're gathering these small demons, and you have to send them every day to do bad deeds to humans, like steal stuff and destroy their corpse and so on. Props. If you don't do that, you have to hold the demons, and they give you negative stats. Basically, they are cursing you. So either you send them to curse others, or they're cursing you. So this could work. Give me your opinion. What do you think?
I feel like I like the idea of that one, that there is like pain that arises or curses that arises if she does not expend it in some way.
Is it painful? Is it damaging other people? If she doesn't expend the power, the dark energies, it builds up.
I feel like painful to herself. I feel like it's sort of the case of there's only a certain amount of time she's able to be away from the dark realm, because while she's in the dark realm, it's basically that's where, thanks to the like burden and mantle of being the master of that domain, that is where she now belongs to. But but when she's out of it, it's like a fish out of water. There's only so. Actually, yeah, fish out of water. Basically, there's a certain kind of like fey energy that she relies on, and the longer she is away from it, the weaker she becomes. And then maybe the first time she ever tried to run away, she begins realizing she's beginning to lose her memories a little bit by little bit, and her power. And at that point of time, she hasn't fully regretted becoming the Dark Lady yet, and it's like, okay, I need to go back, or else I will lose everything that I am. Because everything that essence that makes her the Dark Lady is like being leached away. But
so I wrote it's painful, it's unbearable, and she's in constant pain. But the stories, for example, Osric stories, help ease the pain away. So tell me what you think about. Maybe this is why she was sitting with him for 3 years listening to stories.
Maybe, yeah.
Or do you have another? I mean, I'm trying to think of a reason why would she sit with Osric for 3 years listening to stories.
Well, the thing is that she brought him back into her realm, in the Feywild, so that she would be in where she belongs. Because again, it's I'm trying to figure out how to play around with this.
Let's do the new thing again. She's on her throne. She's the Dark Lady. Then she meets Osric, and they do the promise of telling stories. And she's sitting there listening to his stories. Why?
Because it reminds her of the old bard that she used to be in love with.
Oh, that's rough. Yeah, we can go with it, but that's rough. That's NTR. Osric, but it's very realistic. Reminds her. Okay, new thing.
Because the way I pictured that, she did go into into the human world to encounter Osric. So it's the.
She's sitting with Osric, listening to 999 stories. Why? What's so fun about it? Does it have any benefits to listening to his stories?
There just aren't any fun stories in the Feywild anymore. It's a lonely existence in the Feywild because it's literally she is the only truly
the only one with power.
The only one with power, so nobody else dares approach her in her realm.
Oh, nobody dares approach her. Okay. Okay. New thing.
New thing. The tales remind her of her life before becoming a fey creature.
New thing.
She feeds off of human emotion, and one of the best sources of human emotion are the stories told about humans.
When she feeds off the human emotion, what's happening? What does it do? She listens to the stories, she gets this emotional energy. What does it do to her?
Increases her power, or
she wants to increase her power?
Or maybe it. I mean,
maybe it gives her control over the powers.
Yeah.
Maybe it makes it painful. Maybe it makes her powers weaker, so she can hurt less people. Maybe it reminds her of to be a human, so she doesn't lose conscience and be.
Yeah, I like that last one. It kind of is linked with that. Reminds her of her previous life. Reminds her of her previous life to remember who she was originally.
And help her stay in control.
Instead of becoming a true full-on tyrant, to
delay being a full tyrant.
Because I picture she has grown very much cruel in her years of being the Dark Lady, but in her mind, it's like this domain is under better rule under me because the previous ruler was actually just a straight up even more vile than I am, and I've become pretty evil over my years.
So let's go with this one, and I'm going to delete all the others because first of all, if you want to see them, they're on the stream. It's on the internet forever.
Yep,
but
that's true.
I'm gonna send you the file later, and I like there's this thing I really like deleting stuff and rewriting them, which is completely stupid. You should always keep whatever you write, but it brings better ideas and it forces you to be creative.
I can see the a benefit of that. It the deleting it kind of makes you feel like, okay, fresh slate. It doesn't let you linger on old ideas, because the problem I find with writing stories, you'll be as you're writing it, it's oh, but maybe how about if I just drew that old idea I had.
Exactly, and sometimes old ideas don't work. Hello, Lexi, thank you for joining us.
Lexi, welcome in. It is pretty early for you, I will say. But
I love it how you know the time zone of each of your party members.
Roughly speaking, but my memories for that, I guess, is weirdly keen.
Okay, we need something very important here that we miss.
Oh?
The name.
Okay.
The real name of the
real name.
Do you want
yes.
to just throw in names, or do you want to go with a name generator? Let's do the new name. Give me a name. Random girl name.
I'll be honest, names are probably like the worst aspect of any, like, even as a DM, I will try to come up with NPC names and will stutter for like a few seconds unless
Fantasy fairy girl name generator. There are generators for everything, which is perfect.
Yeah, Alicia, Alea, Talia.
Let's see. Echo Grey Flesh, Shade Oak Glow. Stop me if you like any of these names. Chat, if you have names. This time is normal for me. Getting ready for work. Oh, get it right. If you have any names for the Dark Lady, give us. Oliver, Pumpkinhorn, Twig, Broom Pond, Aqua, Bubble Butter, Bubble Butter, Zephyr, Muddy Fair, Zero, Starflame, Creator.
I have an idea.
Yes.
Not exactly a name, but maybe we could look at Celtic, like names that have Celtic origins. Because I feel like
girl
Celtic,
names.
Celtic girl names.
Let's see. Oh, we have immediately Aisling or Ashling. I wrote a book with Celtic names, so I know most of these. Sabrina, Brianna, Fiona, Caitlin, Erin, Aisling or Ashling or Ashley, Avalon, Bridget, Brownwen, Deidre, Dorian, Enid, Gwyneth, Gwendolyn, Isolde or Isolde, Kelly, Kiera, Kylie, Maeve, Maureen, Moira, Morgan, Rhaegon.
Actually, funny you mentioned Kira, because I just saw that on my own listening to it. Apparently, it is based off of the Gaelic word for dark.
Oh, so do you want to go with Kira? We can also combine names like Kira and these are male names like Kira and Ashling, Kirashling, Kira and Enid, Kirenid, Kira and Kili, Kira and... We can go with some variations of Kira. Kiran, Kiranen, Kiranion, Makira, Rikira, or just Kira.
I think just Kira. There's kind of like that, the kind of, what's the word for it? Not juxtaposition, but like for such a imposing kind of like menacing figure, the true name is something very simple.
Do you have any kind of preferable variation of Kira? The one I saw on the website is the first one, but we can go with any variation. You can go crazy like Kira.
It's either the first or second one that's calling to me here. Okay, K-E, Kira. Kiera. I feel Kiera, I think, is flowing up the tongue most.
The second one?
Yeah, the second one. Kiera.
Lexi, welcome to the party. Let me roll the die for you. 17, you're gonna have awesome luck today at work. Whatever it is that you're trying to do, do it. Do it, it will be fun. Kira, do you want a last name for her? I feel like in D&D setting we can go with a 2-word. We can go with a two-word, like 2 object, like a Star and River, like a doghound. Kira Owlbird, Kira Star River, Kira Die Roll, Kira Song Singer, something like that.
I was thinking like maybe like something Gaelic, but Gaelic last names are a
we can go with
so
Kira Gaelic. Kira Gaelic.
Let me
Gaelic surnames.
Yeah, I mean Gaelic is
Murphy, Kelly, Byrne,
Kriag, Comhan,
Ryan,
Todd, Kate,
O'Sullivan, Doyle, Walsh, O'Connor, McCarthy. These are modern. I like ancient ones.
Yeah, I'm trying to find like an actual Gaelic rather than Alianak, Alanak, Anam, Anders and Areisgain, Eris, Kiera Eris. They're Baitin, Vasa, or Vasa.
You can go with the Mech, like MacArthur, McAuffley, Kira McRiver.
Oh my god, that. I'm sorry, that's.
Kira McIn, Kira McHaystack.
Cameron, Woods.
Kira
Caliban,
McBoots.
Woods. Kira McBoots.
What's the story of her family? Is that a rich family, a poor family?
I feel like
Her parents are dead. Her parents are looking for her after she was kidnapped by the Faze.
I feel like it's a poor family that she originally came from.
So if she's a poor family, she's probably have a poor name. So it's not like something like MacArthur Goldfinger. It's more like a stock or a boot or a dirt. Kira Dirt. Kira Mud Walker.
Or like you know, like how old last names were basically the occupation of whatever the family was in charge of. So like
Kira
Baker,
Shoemaker, Kira Baker,
Weaver,
Kira Weaver, Kira
Weaver,
Boot Splasher, Mud Splasher.
Weaver actually has a nice ring to it. Kira Weaver.
Kira Weaver.
Kira Weaver.
Larking Weaver. Let's see what we have with W's. Whelan Ward.
Kira Ward.
Let's see. Old fantasy occupations. It sounds like we're stalling on a very minor thing, but I feel like this is really important. Actor, animal handler, archer, barber, bard. You could go with Kira Bard.
That would be a little. I kind of like it. It's a little on the nose.
Maybe her dad was a bard. This is why she's attracted to bards.
I mean, that I'm not denying. That actually kind of works.
Brothel keeper.
Oh my god.
Kira brothel keeper.
Oh dear.
Kira cloth worker. Cooper, cook, cutler, dictator. Is that an occupation? What is that?
I feel like they're just throwing occupation, just title names.
Gardener. Kira Gardener. Kira Herder, innkeeper, jeweler, laborer, lady, Kira Lady, linguist, Miller, Kira Miller, Kira Miner. Think what was her parents? What was her parents' occupation?
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm still fixated on her dad being a bard a bit right now.
Maybe we should go with that.
Kira Bard?
Yeah, let's go. Kira Bard.
Why not? I almost feel like it like if there is a moment of like Osric figuring out that's her true name, and just like a stunned moment.
Like
of,
a what?
you can't be serious. You're kidding me.
She's perfect for the beginning. Tells him her name. You gotta be kidding me. So she's gonna tell him a story, and if she's gonna tell this story, it's gonna be very, very simple. One of the secrets to writing is that most of the things that we're doing in the background, we're not going to write them, because we have the urge to tell all of this to the reader. Look what we have. We have such a good backstory, but we just gotta keep in the background.
Makes sense, yeah.
Okay, now the important bit that we've been building up for, and this is the actual story. All of this was just preparation. What can Osric do to stop her from being a Dark Lady? He learns that she doesn't want to be a Dark Lady. He learns about her story. He learns that she's gonna... the powers are going to explode because she lost her memories or whatever. What does he do?
If he was encountered with that kind of situation...
He wants to help her. He wants to help her.
he wants to help her in some way.
Because at this point, I feel like the readers wants to help her. If the readers wants to help her, I want Osric to want to help her as well. She's a human who's in a very rough situation, and he kinda got connected to her in these 3 years that he told stories to her. And at this point, you can kinda let go of the final story. Maybe this is the final story. But there is a way, there is one thing that he can do to help her not become a Dark Lady. Stop this thing. Let's throw away ideas. This is the actual story here. This is the goal. The goal.
Yeah.
I'll give you some. Let's do the new thing game. Killing her and taking the powers to himself. We're not going with that one. Just giving ideas. New thing.
Yeah. Using his powers of enchantment style magic to continue sealing away that memory of.
Okay,
basically
new.
making her forget that dream so that she would never even think about it.
It sounds like a. Okay, new thing.
Taking her out of, basically away from the city so that she could be in a place where he could watch over her and where she can safely expel that dark energy that has kept accumulating within her.
New thing.
Try to make a promise that he will further. Oh, sorry, 1 second. Hi baby. Hey little one, it's my cat.
Hey, kitty.
Hello, what's up?
Say hi.
Oh, he just wanted.
Meow.
She doesn't want to say hi. She just wants attention, I guess.
What's love? What's her name?
Nyx.
We could go with that. Kira Nyx.
Kira Nyx.
Kira Nyx
Oh my
Bard.
goodness.
Like a second name. How do you spell Nyx?
NYX.
Kira Nyx Bard.
Osric finds a way to seal away the Dark Lady, but she turns into a cat.
Wait, that's brilliant. I love it. Tries to seal her power with magic, but she turns into a cat. Okay, new thing.
Goodness.
She tells him of how to break the spell. To break the spell, Osric, you need to
to break the spell. Fall in. Oh, 1 sec. Sorry, she's still being very. Not now. Sorry, Nyx is kind of in the way.
To break the spell, you need to kill something, break something, find out how, talk to a person, get a magic item. By the way, so far the story evolved completely differently than what I thought at the beginning, which is great.
Same. Same.
New thing. How do you break the spell? How do you make it not become the dark? If she was, let's go back. If she became the Dark Lady, with Dark Lord, after he killed the bard, she got angry. She broke the keystone. He's dying but giving her the burden. So, what's the opposite of that?
The opposite of that would be willingly accepting that power into himself to remove that burden from her.
How? What's the action? I'm thinking drama. What's the action that needs to happen?
I'm trying to think of any actions that does not involve explicitly just death.
Yes. I've been thinking of kissing, but it's too simple. I need something more... If it ends with, you know, like Shrek, like, oh, it's a kiss.
Yeah. Because there is.
Because we wanna send her and Osric to a small journey, to go and find something, search something.
Mm-hmm.
And we could spend the entire story in the apartment. That also works. But I feel like if they go out on a journey somewhere, it would be more interesting.
Yeah.
If we'd go with Marvel shows, they would probably find a map and need to go to Egypt, to a desert, and dig in a very specific point for something like that. But I don't want to go as crazy as that.
No, let's not go to Moon Knight route there.
Yeah. And if you go to ancient Greek stories, there's more like a travel in a ship to that cave and bring the goblet of mystical water. Or climb the Mount Olympus and meet the gods and speak to one of them. Collect 7 friends. Find true love. Get the flower, the golden flower from the top of the mountain. Find something that doesn't exist. Like find a person named John Brand. And you look everywhere for him, but that person doesn't exist. And then you figure out that she was making it all up just to spend time with him.
I mean, that's kind of a cute twist itself, but that kind of is kind of a cute twist, but it's the what can break the whole basically magical curse / enchantment on the lady that is causing her to be burdened with that power. It'll take a spellcaster of significant power to actually cast a spell to break it away from her. It'll take an equivalent amount of magical energy to destroy that said burden that is on her. So it'd be trying to find a being that somehow still exists in the modern world, hidden away, that has still the magical capability of doing that. And like,
So Osric enchants her to get this action needed to break the curse. And let's say she's in a trance and she tells him, she goes deep into the memories of the dark powers and she understands how to break them.
And the question still is, what is that action?
Give me some crazy actions. How to imagine breaking a curse. Just throw away the stupidest thing that you can think of. Dancing with pineapples. More.
Yeah.
New thing.
Collecting a vial of blood per day for a whole year, and then use that in an elaborate magical circle to cast a ritual spell to break the curse.
Okay, new thing.
Finding the whereabouts of Merlin, who is still stuck in his tower somewhere, but trapped by Morgan Le Fay, and trying to get him to break the curse.
New thing.
Journeying to the one place in the world where that can be considered to be the first origin spot of humanity.
Where is that?
I don't know.
Make it up. Of course you don't know. You're gonna make it up. Give me places in modern 2022 that you feel like could be a source of great magic powers. Like Bermuda Triangle, Statue of Liberty. What I had something in mind. Stonehenge.
Stonehenge might actually work because again, like Fae do have like a big Gaelic Celtic root to them. The grave of King Arthur, because that is a place.
Or the grave of Merlin?
Well, technically, according to the Arthurian legend, Merlin is
he's still alive.
He's still alive. He's just trapped away somewhere right now.
Maybe something from... well, we said Celtic legends. So maybe this could work. Let's take a few more places, a few more magical places. Where is this story, by the way? Where is Osric in right now? Where did he fall?
I mean, I can imagine just...
In New York, Europe.
I kind of went with the country that I'm currently in.
Yes?
Canada.
2022 Canada. Which is great because I've never been to Canada, so we'll need you for these small details.
Perfect.
Like weather.
I mean, it's cold.
Snow. So, do you have any sacred places in Canada? Sacred Canada sites. A great
Sacred Canadian
tourist spots.
I mean,
Kejimkujik National Park.
We have too many national parks. That's the problem.
Tombstone Territorial Park. Radium Hot Springs. The Great Bear Rainforest. Aurora Village. What's Aurora Village? This sounds magical.
I actually have no idea what that is.
Maybe that's perfect. She says Aurora Village and Osric has no idea what that place is. Bone Echo Provincial Park.
Oh, I on the topic of Aurora Village, that gives me an idea. Maybe a condition is actually like, so actually getting to see the northern lights or the Aurora Borealis is kind of difficult because one, they're extremely hard to predict, and two, you do need to be in a specific area so that you can actually see them. So maybe we go by like maybe casting a little bit of magic into the explanation for Aurora Borealis is that these are the sparks of the last remnants of like mana in the world. So on nights or locations where Aurora Borealis does happen, there is an uptick in magical energy in that area, so they can utilize that.
The Aurora Borealis is the representation of magic flow.
Like what of mana or magical flow that remains in the modern world. Yes.
That remains in the magic world. They need to go there. Hard to predict. And what do they do there? Let's say they reach the mountain, a mountain peak. What do you call it? Aurora Village?
Basic Aurora Village is... Oh, that's in Yellowknife. Oh, goodness. That is really far north, actually. That is really far north. Oh, goodness.
She came back.
Yeah, just to give you the context of where Aurora Village is, where I currently live in Canada is right along the most southernmost part of the country, like on near the border to the US. Aurora Village or Yellowknife, that whole area, that is almost on the same latitude as like Greenland, I think. Or like in like that same latitude area as like Greenland, Iceland.
What do you call it?
Like
Yellowknife?
Yeah, Yellowknife is
oh, I see. Oh, I love it.
Yeah.
Oh, it's one word, Yellowknife.
Yep. It is very far north. So it is in like the same latitude as like the Nordic countries or like northern Russia, Greenland, Iceland. I guess
that to say the Aurora Borealis, you have to go that much north.
That north. Yep.
I love it. Okay. Now, the journey itself to Aurora Borealis can be only one paragraph. Question is, let's say they reach it. They're at the top of a mountain, they see Aurora Borealis, it's very beautiful. What now? Actions under the Aurora. Hello, Sako! Thank you for joining us.
Hello, welcome.
Sako, we have a question for you. If you and your loved one are under the Aurora Borealis and you need to steal magical powers, what kind of action do you do? So obvious actions are kissing, underneath, kiss, yeah. We can also go use spell, killing. Give me more. Dancing.
Fusion dance. Sharing of blood.
Sharing blood. Magical fusion
yeah.
dance.
Oh my goodness.
I love it. Thank you, Sako. We can also leave it simple with a love confession. Tears. Need to make her cry. Me and Mina would fuse into something very weird. Yeah, well, Mina is a goat. What kind of VTuber are you? Mina is one of the greatest VTuber supporter out there, and also one of my mods. And she's Sako's girlfriend.
Oh, I see.
So we have an actual couple here that can assist us. Another VTuber, my character is still kind of a mystery. Oh, I like it. So you're gonna an enigma character. You know, I have a way to figure out what kind of character are you. I'm going to write Sako on Google Images, and the first thing to come out, I see a sniper gun. You're a sniper gun VTuber.
Literally just a gun.
A sniper rifle with a face who plays video games.
I mean,
I've seen weirder VTubers. Like ram horns, and also a plushie. A plushie VTuber.
Oh, plushie. That's actually kind of cute. That is actually kind of cute.
Hear that, Sako? You've been called cute. So here's the thing. Any of these can be. I imagine in the last scene, right? They have this cute journey, which reminds me of rom-com journey. You know, it's not a name of a specific thing, but rom-coms usually have this journey of
the little montage bits.
Yeah, where they're lost and they fight. And it's very cutesy, and they have to sleep together in the same inn, and they're lost outside, and she's lost in snow. You can play all kinds of games in this part. And then they reach the final one, the climax, basically.
Yes.
The climax.
Yeah, we gotta choose one of these.
Let's go back for a moment, okay?
Yeah.
We have the goal.
Sure thing.
We have the goal. Now we need the block. So the block needs to be there constantly. And the block could be all kind of things. Now, I don't want to give you my ideas. I have a few. I'm going to pee for a moment. And you think what things or powers or people or things or energy or whatever, think of, let's say, 3 things that can block them from reaching Aurora Borealis. Be right back.
Okay. All right. Let us think. I mean, one might be the actual... The servants from her dark realm that are coming back. And I almost feel like at this point they're not really her servants, they are servants to the power within. So noticing that she's about to try to get rid of them, they are like, we can't let that happen. Let's see. The Dark Lady's own kind of unfamiliarity with the human world, the bursts of dark energy that threaten to come out even as they are traveling. Ideas and thoughts and ideas and thoughts and ideas and thoughts. One second, let me just.
Okay,
take
I'm
a
back.
sip.
Too much coffee.
You're
Gotta go have breakfast. I'll be back later if you're still alive. Thank you. We are still alive. On one hand, I want to take a break after this and write the story at another time. On the other hand, I want to go all the way and write everything right now. So we'll see once we finish
you
this.
get all the setup here. Yep. I feel like the one easiest one that pops to mind is that the creatures that are bound to her as the Dark Lady, the ones that are more so bound less to her as a person, but to the actual power and like the power that is the Dark Lady. Those minions are constantly after them. Although I feel like that's the easiest one. The second one is the bursts of power that leak out from the Dark Lady, and Osric trying to keep that under control so that they can actually get to where they need to go. And the next one is a little bit more comedic, is just the Dark Lady's or Kira's own unfamiliarity with the human world, and like the incidents that arise from that, of the he has to keep a constant eye on her or else she might wander off and cause a scene. What those scenes are, the brain currently cannot think of
I
at this
love
moment,
it.
but-
I love all three of them, but these are three different genres. Dark powers
Yeah.
are bound after minions. After them, it's very a dark fantasy, classic adventures, right? Lord of the Rings kind of thing. Sudden
Yes.
burst of power is more of a tragic, even horror, I'd say. That suddenly she kills a person. Now they need to run away. Or suddenly she cries and on the bus, and they drop off, and now they're lost and stuck somewhere. So this is more of a unexpected tension horror kind of thing. And then unfamiliarity with the human world. She wanders off. Basically, it's a comedy. She's doing some stupid things, and he needs to take care of her. There's
Yeah.
I
feel
know.
like
If you did you watch Beavis and Butthead? Do you know them?
I know of it, but I've never actually seen the show.
No, you
itself.
don't need to watch it. But there is a recent movie that came out after 20 years, and I love it. I laughed nonstop. And the story is that they've been transported in time through space from the 90s to our time.
Oh my
and
goodness.
Beavis and Butthead are idiots, but they constantly wander off, and that's the movie. That's what the movie is about. They wander off and do shenanigans.
That's all there is. That's the plot.
And it's white. It's white. It's white. It's I don't want to say. It's a dark comedy. It's a black comedy movie, right? It's really dark and grotesque. So they're in jail, and someone tells them, you know that you're like human, not human, white superiority, white privilege. It's because you have white privilege and so on. And then Beavis takes this literally, and like, we have white privilege to go, and they steal a police officer's car, and the officer, what are you doing? Oh, we have white privilege, we can steal.
Oh my goodness.
So this is an example of how you can. And Beavis falls in love with Siri or Alexa. I don't remember.
Oh my goodness. One of the two.
Because he thinks it's a real human talking to him. So it's kind of like that, but it's very comedic. You can also combine them, although I feel like in this part we need to choose one of the three.
Yeah.
Do you have
like at this
a
point,
favorite?
I feel like I lean towards the second, because I feel like at this point things are going a bit more serious.
I perfectly agree. This is also my personal favorite of the three. It doesn't mean whether we can't do the others. So unfamiliarity will be there.
Yeah.
She wanders off. And also, let's say, unfamiliarity. She wanders off. And I think we can leave the minions for now.
Yeah, the meanings we can keep up. I feel like the wandering off and combining that with like the power leaking, or like I imagine like the power leaking of like suddenly like one of her raven wings would burst out. That kind of like
A raven wing bursts out. They need to hide it, right?
that kind of a scenario. I picture stuff like that, or
Imagine where does this happen? Like on a bus or in
definitely
the market,
somewhere public transportation.
public
Because
transport. So they need to kind of we'll figure it out. Okay, next. Now she has a raven wing. Next event. Let's go with 3 events.
Because the Raven Wings, bursts of just magical power, because she does have, like Alfei do, a charming ability. And with that kind of being out of control, maybe suddenly she could accidentally charm a whole... Now, this could be a very rom-com situation, but I'm trying to think of it more of like the terrifying. Suddenly, there are just a bunch of people that want to be after her.
You know, I'd say pass on this one because it's too complicated. Go back to the prehistoric thing. So sudden burst of power, a raven wing We can say like a disgusting wound erupts with blood or whatever.
Yes.
Something like that. So a prehistoric person can understand it. But suddenly enchanting a whole village, that's too complicated, I'd say. I want to keep this a bit more simplistic and understandable. So think of, maybe she evolves back into her Dark Lady form. So start with a Raven Wing. Maybe she kills someone. Maybe she screams randomly. Maybe she loses control. Maybe she starts floating. Maybe another wing bursts. Maybe her skin turns scarred with purple markings. Give me any kind of sudden burst of power leak. What kind of form does it have? In the sense of controlling people, I'd go with killing someone or hurting someone. Might be
like an uncontrollable burst of her like magical power, like just like a sudden eldritch blast, basically.
Yeah, maybe someone pushes her in line or something like that, and she doesn't.
She retaliates.
Yeah, what was that last thing? Yeah, retaliates.
And she retaliates. Yeah.
But what's happening? Someone pushes her in line. Someone insults her. Someone insults Osric.
And what she thinks is just a little push, it's instead like there's just like a pulse of like dark magical energy, and basically pushes them back through the air like 20 feet, crashing into something.
Do they die or very badly injured, or maybe nothing happens but they need to run away?
I feel like this is the case of like they run away before figuring out how this person.
Yeah, but we need to know.
We need to know
because if she dies, then police is after them.
I feel like just very severe injury.
Okay, you know what? Even light injury could be, or even no injury. We can go with the comedic right, no injury, or very severe injury. Severe injury will make it a bit more serious. And for now, I get a rom-com, slight tragic vibes. Let's go for now with light injuries, and see during the story if we need to make it something else. They ran away. Okay, last one, the biggest one. We have a Raven Burst, we have an Eldritch Blast. Now we gotta have something bigger than that. Something that tells Osric that there's no time. They have to hurry.
Something bigger than an Eldritch Blast and a Raven Wing coming out. I know we're trying to keep like the rom-com energy going for at least just a little bit.
At this point we can go serious, because that's going to be the ending before the peak, let's say, before they get to the Aurora Borealis. Something. Let's even go as far as they reach the Aurora Borealis, but then craziest
just before that.
Or while he tries to do the ceremony. Let's say if they need to kiss just before that, maybe the ceremony sparks something.
It's just about to happen, and she returns to straight up being like, not like fully, but like the persona that she had crafted for being the Dark Lady comes in, and like is not her full power, but for all purposes.
So she demands the last story.
Yeah. Oh, actually, I really like that. The one reason that she kind of, because like we're now you have to dig into like again her reasoning for now chasing after Osric is now a split of her desire to become human again, but also her desire as the last thing she commanded of from Osric as the Dark Lady. Because as much as she wants to abandon that position of power and burden, it has so intrinsically become a part of her that she can't really split it apart. So it's the desire to get that last promise, because as a Fae, promises must be kept.
So what is the action? We're going now back to the goal. We have the blocks. We're going to go back to the goals. What is the action needed? Maybe just see the Aurora Borealis. Maybe he doesn't know. Maybe they reach the Aurora Borealis. He knows that there's supposed to be an action under the Aurora Borealis. Once they get there, like, what now? What now? Then she goes crazy. It's also a possibility. Reach
Yeah,
the Aurora
because-
Borealis or kiss under the Aurora Borealis.
I still feel like the ritual is a ritual and a kiss, but I feel like also because they're in such a. Sorry, excuse me.
Yeah.
Excuse me.
Because if you choose
Because-
something like sharing blood, then we need to do like a blood ceremony. We need to get hurt. If we choose something like tears, then he needs to make her cry, or vice versa. If it's a love confession, then he needs to make her laugh. If it's a kiss, it's a bit easier because it's just kissing.
I do feel like it has to be some sort of ritual rather than something purely romantic. Like a kiss, I think could be part of it, but the main focus is that it has to be ritualistic. Otherwise, what is the point of traveling to a place where there is such high remaining potent magic in this very modern world of ours?
So give me the ritual. Maybe they draw a magic circle, sacrifice
I do like
an animal, a rat.
I do like the idea that, you cut your palm, each person cuts the palm of their hand and like need to hold it with the hand of the other person so that their blood.
Why the palm? Why is it always the palm? This is like the stupidest place to cut. Should be like the arm or your thigh, just not the palm. You're gonna use the palm whenever you open a handle. This is very anime, like bite your palm, get some blood for the someone. This is stupid. Why the palm? Seriously. Stab the back of the hand.
People like the hands. What can I say?
Yeah, but why the palm? Why the fingers? It's you know what? This is because when you get the sugar test, they do it at the edges of the fingers, like a big concentration of blood. But if you have
people just think of that.
Yes, but if you have knives and so on, I mean, some anime logic is so stupid. I love anime, but when you watch too much of it. So wait, we have some blood from both partners, and we seal it with a kiss or tears or dance.
I think just to keep a bit of the romance in this, a kiss.
Seal with a kiss. Do we need anything else for the ceremony? Like sacrifice something, a human skull, candles? You know what? I'll go a bit crazy. Magic circle, 7 candles, 7 man-made candles, a slice of lemon, rosemary, and thyme.
Parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme.
A good song.
What else?
Something really stupid.
Quicksilver, because you always need quicksilver. Why not?
A drop of quicksilver.
Or maybe the whole circle's made of quicksilver. I don't know.
Oh, okay. Magic circle made of quicksilver. And I can imagine him reading the instructions in a book and like, what? Where did I get all this stuff?
Yep. I'm a bard, not a wizard. Damn it.
Yeah, a bard warlock. He knows this stuff. A good song, or story. Blasphemy. Okay, I think this is a good magic circle. So we know what the action is under the Aurora Borealis. Goes here.
Yep, to draw in the remaining mana of this world, this modern world of ours, into his final spell of sorts.
Yes. And we know what the blocks are. Now the final block. Now you can imagine how it goes. For example, he goes to buy candles, and she just someone insults him on the line, and she kills that person. Now he got to steal the candles, for example.
Yep.
So during the story, we're going to have this conversation between the actions needed to fulfill the goal and the blocks. I love it.
It is looking good.
It's looking really good and completely unexpected. This is nothing like what I imagined.
No.
Now we do have the conflict, and basically you can say that the conflict is the conflict of Osric. Can you imagine what the conflict of Osric is? With the conversation between the actions and the blocks?
it's very much the conflict I feel like within Osric himself would be, is this really truly worth doing? Is the
Perfect.
constant question I think he will have.
Perfect.
Is the because he basically took this action of showing compassion to the Dark Lady in her current state of like, I can prove that I am better than she is. But then as she's doing it, it's like, is it really, is trying to prove a point like that really worth it if this could become more trouble for myself in the end?
Mm-hmm.
And what if this doesn't all work out? Even because again, it's like, we got a ritual here, we got instructions, but does this really work? What if it doesn't? So there's that doubt of, would this even succeed? And if it doesn't, I'm still in a very difficult position.
Perfect.
So he's trying to figure out, even as he's doing all of this to go with that route, I feel like he's trying to figure out a way to still safely get out of this, even if it could be seen as like a, like, not selfish way of getting out, but like his number one concern is like, for all that he is trying to care for, like the Dark Lady in her amnesiac state, is that he is ultimately he will have to prioritize himself over her. Although I feel like the rom-com bit is like that change thought being changed to, okay, I do kind of somehow care for her, damn it.
Okay.
Is going against his more self-preserving like thoughts.
Taken away after spending 3 years with her, he kind of likes her at this point.
I don't want to call it Stockholm syndrome, but
In a way, it is. It is a Stockholm syndrome.
it's the, I feel like there's definitely like, as he's been telling tales to her during those 3 years of him being in captivity, he was still able to glean out the kind of person they, like the Dark Lady is, of like their loneliness, the pain that they are bearing. And like while he was in captivity, that wasn't like a concern of his, because he was focused on making stories for her every single night that are up to her standard. But now that he's actually traveling like with her and kind of for once getting to get to know her on like more equal standing, he's kind of realizing, oh no, feelings.
Yes. Okay, so our goal is to get all the items and travel north. Let's make this bolded, Quicksilver,
north.
like a game. Candles, lemon, spices.
I feel like Osric has some, I don't know, friend who's, because again, this is getting to the science of actually predicting when Aurora Borealis happens. There's one actual system we have set up that can predict Aurora Borealis occurring in a place by 1 day.
Okay.
I'm feeling, for the sake of like trying to keep within the realism of like, okay, it's very hard to predict Aurora Borealis. Who'd be able to predict that? Maybe there's, because whenever I picture Osric, I picture that there are just other, for some reason I just picture other isekai mages or fantasy types in the world that he's slowly discovering. Hence the whole VTuber thing being for like the VTuber angle on it being like, oh, there are other fantastical beings out in the world. Oh goodness. I feel like we could hand wave them figuring out when an Aurora Borealis happening, being like, okay, Osric has some contact who was given some, he is hoping this is reliable information that at this spot, at this time,
Yeah.
an Aurora Borealis will happen. How do they know? It's stuff beyond Osric's magical capabilities. but he trusts that
Maybe this, and take it even a bit simpler. Maybe when
Okay.
you use magic in the north, then it creates the aurora. Maybe it's always there, but it's not visible. And when you do some magic, it makes it visible. So that
Okay.
contact tells Osric, just go there.
Go to this because of that.
Go to that location and do some spell, and it's always there.
It's just a focal point of the remnant mana of the world.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
maybe,
that actually works better.
The aurora is always there, but non-visible. Do magic, and it appears.
Mhm.
We don't need
Because
to be too complicated with the systems. The journey is the real story here. You know,
exactly, yeah.
the real rewards,
Yeah,
the
sorry,
friendship.
I always do kind of get wrapped up in magic systems.
Yeah,
so-
this is why usually this is why I'm trying to focus on the actions and the, you know.
Mhm. Yeah,
I really like what we're doing here now. The it's time to solve the conflict.
Yes.
So we have this conflict. The conflict right now is that he wants to get this over with. He wants to save her. He decides that he wants to save her. But she turns. Where is it? She turns to full black lady.
Mhm. Yes.
How does he solve this situation? He needs to. If he kisses her, does she lose to complete the ceremony? Is it enough? Now just
How to complete it when she turns into
maybe he kisses her, but then she turns into the dark lady. Maybe the powers are fighting, so it doesn't.
Is he accidentally that ritual just infused more mana into her into Kira?
I don't
and
want to
that
go
brought-
with an accident here because that's a bit of a Deus Ex Machina. But maybe,
Fair.
maybe. So here's a few options. Before the, I feel like the dark powers are kind of like the, I don't know, the symbiote from Spider-Man, you know, Venom.
Yeah.
So in a way, they have consciousness and they know that Osric is trying to get rid of them. So they're trying to fight back. Another way, like you said,
Okay.
the ceremony fails. Maybe the blood that he used, her blood, wasn't her blood, but the dark blood. He needs to go deeper, fight different type of blood. Maybe they. Here's a really weird. Let's write it down. So dark powers fight back for survival. It's one option. Then we have the. Why didn't it work? The blood was from the wrong place. He used blood from the hand, but he needs blood from the tongue, from I don't know, from the back of the head, like a soft spot,
Okay.
blood from the belly, because her blood is covered by the dark blood. And he needs the source of the real blood. Maybe he was. I don't like it, but it was. Do you know? Have you seen Marvel's Avengers Infinity War?
Yes.
Yeah, Infinity War, right? Infinity.
Yep.
Yeah, so
Yep, Infinity War.
yeah, there's the moment they're supposed to take the glove off of Thanos,
Oh,
and
yes.
Peter Star-Lord is getting too full of himself, and I hate that
Alright.
moment, and it ruins it for everyone, and I
It
hate
does,
that moment. But at the same time, it shows his character so well. So maybe the last moment Osric is doing something like that.
Got too cocky with the spell at the end.
Yeah, too cocky. There's also Spider-Man, the last one with Doctor Strange, where during the spell, the Peter starts, wait, make this one forget and make this one not forget. What about my girlfriend? She can't forget, and this one, and the spell is completely messed up. Give him more things that could go wrong.
Yeah.
He does the
More
spell.
things.
He has the spices. We can go with something in a comedy. You can say that the spices or the lemon, they went rotten. They're not fresh because he got the lemon at the beginning of the story, and we can go.
Oh my goodness.
We can go back.
Oh my god.
We can go back and say that he was watching Netflix all week long and didn't go to buy groceries, and when we look for
No, just
the stuff, he found this old 2 weeks old lemon in the fridge, and then he does the thing, the spell, and he squeezes the lemon and no juice comes out because it's rotten. It's dry.
Oh my God.
It's like
It's
it's such a stupid thing. Everything is ready. The stupid lemon. This is what ruins the spell.
it's the weirdest kind of Chekhov's gun. Oh my god.
It's kind of stupid, but at the same time, I think it's kind of funny. Maybe we can go with that with the lemon. We can go with something more serious. Maybe she cries during the ceremony, and her tears drop on the circle and messes up the spell. This would be the same thing, but a lot more serious.
Same thing. Or kind of in the line of the tears thing is the last step is the kiss, but at the last moment, Osric hesitates about that kiss.
Is a what?
It's hitting. He hesitates about the kiss. It's the realizing, oh crap, I'm trying to kiss the dark lady, and that makes him falter.
Trying to
crap, what am I doing
the
here?
dark lady. What am I doing? So dots at the end, is dots are what messes up this spell?
Yeah. That's another potential.
That is potential. Personally, I'm attracted to the lemon part. I love it. It's so unique. I've never seen anything like it. But it's kind of stupid.
It's kind of stupid, but also does show the...
It's realistic. I mean, sometimes you fall with the stupidest things. You know, a few days ago, I had a Jackbox collab with like 8 people, and it was very hard to schedule with everyone. And everything was ready. I had 8 people ready. Everything was ready. Jackbox was about to start. The moment, and some of them people that I really wanted to collab with. The moment I click start game, my entire street goes black. No,
oh my god!
For 2 hours. I swear it was no, and everybody's chatting like, wait, it will come back, and I'm calling the electric company and like, it will be fixed in 3 hours. I'm like, no.
Oh god.
Sometimes sometimes the stupidest thing. And like, wait, can we do it tomorrow? And everybody's busy the next day, and that's a mess to schedule. But if you don't like the lemon, we can go with something else. I really like the lemon thingy.
I do really like the lemon, because the thing of it, if we mention like, again, we will mention like that the apartment is kind of
it's a Chekhov gun.
It is that kind of Chekhov's gun of like, he is the architect of his own like doom and like mistakes.
Okay, let's just spin on this. He's going with the oh crap. He's going with the oh crap.
Yeah, okay. We can combine the lemon and oh crap.
But solves it. It's fine. He's how do you say it? He's complete. He's satisfied. He's come to agreement.
He's accepted the fact. Yeah, he's come to terms with it.
He has come to terms with it. And then the lemon.
Yeah, and then just the lemon to be like, just as the twist of like,
everything ready. Almost forgot the lemon. Squeezes, and it's too dry. 3 weeks old. Actually, the lemon. How long does it take for a lemon? Can hold a lot of time, right?
Yeah, they do stay around for a while. Let me give me
especially in Canada with cold weather.
Yeah, lemon going bad. How long does a lemon last for?
How long? 3 to 4 days.
Actually, that is
cat lemon. So we can get a cat lemon. Okay.
Yeah.
You know what?
Whole lemon is 2 to 4 weeks. So
the story is going to start with him making a salad and squeezing a lemon inside, and keeping half of the cat in the fridge.
Okay. It's just a half-cut lemon. Oh my god.
And this could also be a great name for the story. Half cut lemon. And nobody will understand why this is the name of the story until they.
Oh my goodness.
Until they read it, and they go, and it connects to her story, to her 2 personalities.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. Again, it's a very unassuming title that you don't get until
Yeah. So.
Now, how do we get out of this pickle?
Osric makes... It's not pickle, it's a lemon. You can go with a pickle if you want to.
No, sorry. I was like saying, how do we get out of this situation? But, my goodness.
I'm saying whatever. Osric makes salad, uses half lemon, keeps the other in the fridge, didn't buy groceries in a while. Groceries didn't. Okay. Oh shit. Rastafarian bar things. Grabs the lemon.
grabs the lemon.
I want to
feel
remind
like
the lemon
it's-
is there. Why is it?
It's just, yeah, the lemon is just the lemon's there. It is the Chekhov's lemon, I guess.
Chekhov's lemon, exactly. You want to watch some Netflix? Help me not become like that. Sleep together. Sleep together, cuddled. Very, how to say, he's very cautious not to do any moves on her.
Yeah,
Very cautious. Lemon stares at him. And he's like, what? I'm not doing anything. What do you want? Okay. So we got the lemon. Where does he get all this stuff? Just for... Where do you get a Quicksilver?
I mean, I almost feels like there is just a small little bit of... The thing is...
Got some
The
left?
thing is how... Got some left over, or... The thing is, how does... We need to go back a little bit. How do we figure out that this is the specific ritual we need to do? And it's the... Do we find a source in...
Maybe he knows that spell because he's half a warlock. Maybe he finds it in one of his old tales, one of his old stories. Maybe he remembers a story about this. If he knows 1,000 stories.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
Osric remembers a story with the items. I love it, and it comes out of Osric. We see some of his powers.
Yeah.
So we got some Quicksilvers. Buys in a shop on the way. Lemons and spices. Lemon
grabs from the pantry.
grabs from the, let's say, the fridge. Let's be modern.
Yeah.
Song knows many. More story. Blood cuts with a knife. He has a knife, I guess. And with a kiss. Okay. Let's go back to the climax. So, crap, the lemon.
Yep.
How long is the journey, by the way?
How long does it take to get from...
I'd say a week.
A week?
I'd say it's a week
if
journey.
If they're not taking a flight, yeah, a week.
A week's journey of public transportation. I was in Japan in a group. It was like 3 weeks of going from train to train to bus to bus. There's something magical about it. Public transportation. Sleeping in cheap motels.
Yep. Makes sense.
Okay. So we reach this after a week. And he makes the... prepares everything, gets the blood, while drawing the circle, thinks, oh crap, I'm gonna kiss the dark lady.
Yep.
What am I doing? But comes to terms with me. Okay. Everything is ready. Almost forgot the lemon. Squeeze it and it's too dry. 3 weeks old. Got rotten.
And then
What?
full dark lady form awakens.
Full dark lady awakens. Okay, so the climax. They have a battle. He doesn't want to hurt her. He tries to dodge her attacks. He kills her at the end. He kisses her, and that this is the time to decide if this is a good ending, a bad ending, a bittersweet ending. Because this is a comedy, whether we choose the good ending or bittersweet ending, it will give a very strong impact. In a way, I think the bittersweet ending would give a stronger impact, but but I hate it. I really love good endings, because good endings, you remember the story fondly.
Yeah, I like a good ending.
So one potential ending we wrote is that now she tells him 1,000 stories. But we can take this in a different route. So For
That
example,
could be set in like very different sort of like moods.
she's dying, afraid, asks her to tell him stories until she dies. That's a really bad ending. And we also have they kiss, the curse is broken. Now she tells him an infinite amount of stories since they live forever together.
Yeah.
So that's the really bad ending, and that's a really good ending. So you can choose either of those. We can go with something in the middle. We could go with something completely different.
I feel like the sort of like to expand on that telling him stories now is now there's kind of a part of her having gotten to know Osric better, of like she wants to now create stories of her own instead of just taking them from others.
Instead
and that's
of
what leads
instead of telling stories, she wants to make 1,000 stories.
Instead of taking this tales, she wants to tell this tales herself now. So that's
She
kind
wants to tell the tales.
and that's kind of a bit of development for her.
That's a great development. That's a great change for her.
Yeah.
And for him.
Now for him,
Because he was afraid of her,
yeah,
but now he's in love with her.
that does seem to be the chief change that has happened.
Yeah, now
here.
I will ask you a question. What kind of love is it? Is it romantic, wedding kind of love? Is it sisterly kind of love? Is it friendship? Maybe a father-daughter kind of love? Maybe a pet? What kind of love, what kind of affection does he have for her?
I think it would be romantic.
Romantic, okay.
I think it would be romantic.
So what's the ending? Do they get married? Does she leave to go on her own journey? Do they date? Do they live together now, watching Netflix, telling stories to each other?
I feel like both of them together would leave to go on like a journey to just see more of the world. Because like Osric has kind of realized it's nice to stay at home to like just consume stories, but there is still a lot more that this world has to explore around in.
There's
And she's kind of
a lot more to explore in this world,
yep.
and they're gonna do it together. Okay.
Yes.
Now this leaves the story in a position where Osric is now living with her, right?
Yes.
So I'm thinking, do they live together just like that? Two humans. She's a human now, right? If the curse is broken. Or maybe we can go something crazier. I don't think, because it's not prehistoric. It's a bit too complicated. Maybe it's like we can involve Bat, the owl, and maybe she dies and she needs her soul, her spirit goes back to the magic of the essence of the aurora. And the only way to make her stay here is to find a body for her. And he has nothing but the lemon, so he can't put her in a lemon. So he has to sacrifice Bat, and he puts her inside Bat. Now she's the owl.
She's the owl or the cat.
or the cat.
I think the cat is a bit more suited, fitting actually.
Wait, Osric has a cat? Or is that we talking about the cat? Wait, you have a cat familiar?
Kind of. So that kind of got added to the Osric lore.
Wait. We didn't hear. Wait, where is it? Owl, cat. Tell me about the cat. Is it Nyx?
Cat actually, it is just straight up Nyx.
Okay.
I mean, I kind of added her to the Osric lore after just people heard Nyx in the background. So,
I see.
Yeah, she's the tavern cat.
So I guess Nyx is. Wait, is Nyx? Was she with Osric? Maybe she's the tavern cat. Is she with Osric right now? Was she with Osric the 3 years?
She is after the 3 years when he came into the human world, but it was just this odd cat that just constantly seemed to follow after him no matter where he went.
So when he is watching Netflix, he has Nyx with him.
Yes.
house cat. Now, when they go on the journey to the north, what do you do with Nyx? I mean, Bat is a magical owl, so Bat can come with them. But Nyx is a normal cat or a magical cat. I mean, Osric is a bard, so you can enchant the cat to follow you.
I feel like there is, although it's the what Osric knows versus what is actually the truth. I feel like Nyx is, he thinks it's just a regular cat that just seems to have taken liking to him. But I do feel like Nyx does have a magical element to hers. The weird thing of like, okay, I've been traveling around a lot. How does this cat keep on showing up wherever I go? It's kind of a mystery element about Nyx.
So what if this cat is the embodiment of Kira trying to get help? So it's like dark powers manifesting in the form of a cat. Or it could be completely unrelated to her.
It's the question of, do we want a solid explanation or do we want it to be
more realistic?
More realistic of like, we don't really actually know, but they are here.
Yeah. So also we can leave the cat at home for now. Maybe it's too much for the story.
Yeah. Maybe it's he could find a way to like, if we want to go with instead of Kira becoming human, if we want to go with the bittersweet, she does die, but her soul still lingers, so that Osric is able to temporarily manipulate the rituals to keep her soul with him.
In the cat.
At the moment of that ritual, at where they are, the cat's not there. But later on,
but maybe the cat appears, or maybe you can keep the soul in a vial or something, and then go back home and put it inside the cat. But I want to put Osric on the spot. So maybe the cat is there. Maybe the cat journey. Maybe the cat helps them along the way.
The cat does. The cat does what the cat does of oddly showing up, despite the fact it's like, I'm sure I left you at home. What are you doing here?
Yeah, Nyx is leading them outside. Didn't I leave you home?
Yeah. And then she shows up at the ritual.
The second one, Nyx scratches people who chase after them and let them escape.
Yeah.
So Nyx is appearing all over the place and helping. And then at the ritual, maybe Nyx is there but can't do anything. Maybe in the climax, during the lemon, where is it? Here.
Forgot to. Oh, yeah.
Nyx like,
can't do it.
What do you want me to do? Bring you a new lemon? Full Dark Lady awakens. Okay, wait, you do need a new lemon here. So can you send Bat to bring you a lemon? Or Nyx?
I think Bat would be the more...
Sends Bat to bring a lemon. Probably will take Bat how long?
I mean, he's a magical owl. Despite the fact that owls are the slowest flying bird, he is still kind of magic.
So give me a time span. If you're in the north, you need to go. Where do you get a lemon? Where's the nearest grocery store? How far is it? In Bat's flight.
Depends on how far out into how far out this place is.
I'm sure there's some tourist shops around in the grocery store. And you need Bat to go inside, take an owl, take a lemon and steal it and then fly all the way back with the lemon.
It's just the north is very barren, I will say, even for
we can go really cheesy, okay? Lemon is sour and salty, right? And you don't have a lemon replacement, so you have tears. So she cries when he kisses her, and the tears mix with the circle instead of the lemon. But that's really cheesy.
That is really cheesy.
The lemon gives it a bit more D&D kind of vibe, I think.
Yeah, we can give it we don't have to really try to do the logistics of how long will it take Bat?
I'll give you a random about like 20 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, half a day.
Like an hour.
Probably take 1 hour. Bat flies.
I imagine like before Bat flies that like Osric quickly does a spell to like speed boost them essentially.
About to bring a lemon. Speed boost spell. Probably will take 1 hour. Bat flies. Kiara. We also need Bat returns with the lemon at the end. Bat flies. Kira goes rampage and demands the last story. Osric dodge rolls. Hello, Sako. We have no idea how advanced we are. This goes really well. Yep. Osric dodge rolls.
There is
trying to get her back to her senses. There is what?
Yeah. There is one kind of unique spell that I've envisioned Osric having, which is kind of linked with his 999 tales he is told.
Yeah.
I imagine ability he has is he's able to kind of illusion, but still very much magical effect, manifest like a tale that he's saying and like have that be like a buff for him. He could be telling like the story of like a swift huntsman, and so his battle style is basically him reciting that story while getting a speed boost because he's telling a story of like somebody that was fast. Just to give you a flavor of what his not quite combat style, but like his style of magical fighting is aside from like bard spells. If you want to throw it in. If you think that's a little too complicated.
No, I like it. So you manifest a tale to get a speed boost or a dodge, then you can manifest a spell to get more defense to stop her from attacking him with Eldritch Blast. But I also want him to manifest a tale that will stop her before the lemon. So the lemon is like, you know, it's just there, but Osric is the one who manages to stop her.
Yeah.
The question is what kind of story that is. The last one, that's the important one. Maybe it's the story of a couple who watches Netflix and cuddles. Or a couple of journeys.
I just had a good idea. Yeah, the last story, because this ability of his is him reciting past ones he's created. But then the last one he does, he makes while trying to cast one more spell to just keep her at bay.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Southern story just gets spontaneously created in that heat of the moment. And not only does that kind of pause the Dark Lady as well, because she's realizing this is a new story. So
she's
that buys more
shocked. Time. Last story, but is it the
also,
story that of a couple who watches Netflix and went to travel on a bus, and so it's like he's telling this story?
Oh, that is so cheesy, but I kind of like it.
Let's go with it, with the cheesiness. We have to at the end. It gives, sometimes cheesiness gives you this big juicy smile of, oh, I know this story, I love it.
Yep.
About a couple who watches Netflix and cuddle in the cold of the Canadian weather while sleeping on the bus and watching the aurora. Okay, so the story kind of shocks her. It's both the Thousand story and it's a story about her.
Yep.
She calms down, they hug, Bat returns with the lemon, Osric slices it. Now, we can complete the ceremony, but I'm thinking maybe it's too much of a twist. We don't need to twist this formula now. Maybe I've been thinking, you know what, we don't need the lemon after all.
Okay.
Or maybe he can give her the lemon and she understands. So she takes the lemon, she squeezes the lemon, like let me do it.
Yeah. Yep. I like that. No complaints here.
The lemon, not sure if to use it. She grabs it and squeezes the lemon. Now I would go as far and say that she kisses him, but that's too anime. And I need the protagonist to be active. So he kisses her. That's the big change, right? He kisses her.
Yeah.
Because at first it was being dominant. And now he actually loves her. He kisses her, and the curse is broken. Okay, so we have the changes.
Yep.
From wanting to run or be dominant to wanting to be with her and love.
Yep. I like
And
that.
her change is from running or chasing Osric to from wanting to own Osric to wanting to share. I'd say.
Yep.
Something like that.
I think so. Yeah.
I think we have good character growth.
Yes. I think we've kind of erased the chance of all the like very bittersweet potential endings we got here now.
I think that's good.
That's
You're gonna
fine, though. That's
tell stories together. Okay, so we don't need this one. With infinite number of scenes to live together. Yeah, we can go with that one. That's fine. There's a lot more to explore the world. Yeah, we can go with this. Okay. Now, if we look at Don Harmon thingy, I'd say there is it talks with it. I mean, we know what we need to do. We need to go to search the thingy, and then they find it. He gets the circle ready.
Yep.
Don Harmon's case, the ceremony will work.
Yep.
But then something bad happens
Happens after that.
as a result of the ceremony. Maybe she's dying because the dark powers kept her alive. But I think that will lead to a different kind of story. So let's go with the classic one. Okay, what is this? Culture Shock trying to perform a bar classic fashion, glued to the PC. Oh yeah. Let's put that.
Let's
put it back up. Here. And by the way, what we've been doing is this is really thorough points, like what happens almost every moment of the story.
Yeah.
And the thing about this is that the story is pretty much ready.
Good.
All we need to do is take all of this, of this. That's the story. That's 1,000 words. Usually we just make this 4 times. You make this 4 times, 4,000 words, and you have the story. 4,000 words is it's perfect. Might be a bit longer than I thought.
Yeah.
But it's completely fine. Could be very exciting to write it, and you know it could be even shorter. Could be between 2,000 and 4,000 words, I'd say. And usually for short stories they go between 1,500 to 5,000 words. So that's, I think, really good.
Yeah, I think this is like just a comfortable enough like.
Let's go through it again and see, because I think we should take a rest and schedule another time to write it. Or if you want me to write it off stream or whatever, I'm down to whatever you choose. If you enjoyed it, then we can do it together.
I like this, so I'll just have to check when for next week I'll be good, because I think
Yeah, let's do it in a week time, because I have 2 term papers to present, and I hate it. Because, I mean, I love them, but at the same time, after being a VTuber, kind of had it with university. I just want to move on to the new stage of life.
Understandable. The lectures are kind of a pain.
Yeah. Also, it's the last 2 courses of university, so it's the ending, and I hate endings.
Oh. well, you'll get through it. I believe.
Yeah,
in you.
I'm sure. I did half of the term paper yesterday. I'm gonna do the second half now.
Oh boy.
I put it in the schedule, so I can't dodge it anymore. This is a good thing about being a VTuber. You kind of get used to doing a schedule.
Never actually thought of it that way. I've never been the type to actually make a schedule for myself in the past. So now that I'm thinking about it, no, you're right.
I just saw that apparently I'm also writing the 2 lore pages on the Schwarzer sister today. So I scheduled it last night, and I didn't even remember. Let's see. This is good. Okay, let's go quickly through what we wrote and make sure that we put it in our hand. So this is after Osric escaped from the Dark Lady.
Dark Lady. And we do know her name now.
Yes, but he doesn't yet. It's a human world. 2022 came from the Fund. Will this take me back to my world? Oh, we don't need this. Oh, that's her. We don't need this.
Yeah, no, we don't.
Okay. Osric, Bard, Warlock, Fantasy D&D settings. Well, we don't need this anymore. Oh, we can keep it. We can keep it. Made a promise with a Fae to tell 1,000 stories every night. Forced Bard, determined, bravado, blah, 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 survival coward, architect of his own doom. You know what? I kind of feel like he was coward, but now he feels more in control. So it helps him. This new world helps him fight his cowardness.
Yeah. I like
But
it.
I do see the cowardness, a bit of cowardness whenever something bad, like a burst of power, he runs away to hide it from everyone.
Yep.
So it's
definitely.
more of afraid for her, and that's a really great character growth. Detail oriented, teach perfectionism. I think we can remove. Oh, well, let's skip it. Okay. So Cure Bard, Nemesis, Dark Lady, wants Osric Teller herself. Knights, Predatory Bird, Dark Feathery. Let me go back to my original plan and I'll make you more tales. Osric escaped by
With the
saying...
promise saying, yeah.
Yeah. All familiar, but... Let's go with this. All but from Failwell, save from monsters, magical all with minor illusion invisibility. Nyx thinks it's a regular card, but it's actually... But it's a magical one, showing up everywhere he goes. Osric 2022 tries to... Okay, so the what is basically the story. Why? The Dark Lady wants the last story. Osric perfectionism, the final story. Tale must be big, but he can't come up with anything. This is completely different now.
It is, yeah.
Why?
It's now weird. We
cares,
are trying to...
He cares for her.
Yep.
I won't write
Wants to
Stockholm
make-
Syndrome, but yeah. He cares,
for her. Yeah. He cares for her.
because right now he has the knowledge of the world and she's completely new, I'd say.
Yes.
So the genre is urban fantasy, darker comedy, I'd say journey, rom-com journey.
Yeah.
If you've watched,
Actually, though.
I don't think you've watched it, but the first rom-com movie ever made is called It Happened Last Night. It's black and white.
Yeah.
It's a beautiful rom-com. It's very simple. It's about a news reporter and a rich girl who run away from home, and they're traveling in a bus together.
Ah.
And literally every rom-com trope that you know
It's
is in that movie. It's unbelievable. They argue and then they fall in love, and he wants her for a report, but he falls in love with her. And all of the tsundere, she's the first tsundere in American movies. All of the tsundere that you know starts there. It's really unbelievable.
She is the origin. She is the start point.
Yeah, I did in university a course about rom-coms because I had to, and they forced us to watch like 10 classic rom-coms. This was the first one. Beautiful movie. So storyteller, third person, classic past, make fun of Osric. I go with light fun. Osric tells about himself. Okay, now look back at it. Does Osric tells about himself still, or do you want to change that?
I feel like now, actually, would a first-person perspective make more sense for this now?
First person, so I see the Dark Lady. What am I doing? I'm thinking, what am I doing? This is the Dark Lady. Am I going to kiss her? On the other hand, we have, what am I doing? Osric thought. Is he actually going to kiss the Dark Lady?
I mean,
What the hell? Why did the lemon stop? I kept this lemon for a week, but you know, it's still a lemon. Or Osric didn't have any idea how the lemon got dry. Well, he was keeping it for a week. It didn't do groceries for many times. Osric was calling Bat, his favorite familiar companion, to go. Bat, go and bring me lemon, Osric said. Or on the other hand, in first person, where is Bat? I needed to send Bat to get me the lemon. Bat, go there, I said, while waiting for Bat to fly. Looking at Bat flying off to the distance and turning around towards the Dark Lady. It's hard to decide.
Yeah, it's a tricky one because
this is a love story, and I think that Kira is as important as Osric here. I think a third person would be better because the first person really focuses the story on the protagonist.
Yes. Okay, so I feel like it is third person, but it's no longer really Osric just retelling it anymore. Maybe.
So who is telling it?
We've cycled all the way back to
that, huh? Their children. The bartender of a new bard who heard a story about them.
Yes. I kind of like that one. There's a new storyteller that heard their tale.
That bard, does he also have we did what my teacher told me to get into the culture a bit. Does that bard have romantic issue maybe as well? Or is hopelessly romantic? Or
I like the hopelessly romantic angle.
Hopelessly romantic. We don't need to know more about that person. You know one thing, how old is that storyteller? It could be 20, could be 30, could be 60, could be 90.
Late 20s? I don't know.
Late 20s. Okay. We're not going to mention that.
Yeah.
But we will put it here, and we when I write, we want to go into this character. Because if it's late 20s and you're hopelessly romantic, we kind of get where he's coming from. It might help us. Okay, let's go to the story itself. Intro. Culture shock tries to perform in a bar, classic fashion, glued to the PC or library, reads online all day, rent a room above the bar, performs at the bar. Osric makes salad, uses half lemon, keeps the other in the fridge. Let's go with pets. Nix. Didn't buy groceries for a while. Oh, pets Nix and feeds. But didn't buy groceries in a while. Osric ran from the Dark Lady. Stuck in 2020 Canada. Well, let's put this. Let's put this a bit here
for the
exposition that we might not write yet. Osric ran for the Dark Lady in 2020 Canada, works at the bar later, reading online formally perfect story, kind of forgot about the lady, enjoying life, watching Netflix all day, books in one hand, multitasking. You know what? Wait.
Oh yeah.
I want this here. The show, not tell. I want to show this. I want to show the scene to learn about the character. So we don't need this.
Yeah, makes sense. Of just what he's doing on a daily, normal.
Yeah, so he makes a salad and sit down, pet sneaks, and then read one book on one hand and watches Netflix in the other. Reflects first meeting. Osric performs at the bar, seeing the Dark Lady in the crowd. This kind of conflicts for me. Because if he's home, then why is he at the bar?
Yeah.
If we start at the bar, why do we need this?
True.
So maybe let me glue this together. Instead of performing, Osric hears a ruckus. Start looking very interesting. Oh, I'm glad you think that. Here's a ruckus from the bartender or owner calls him, and then he sees the Dark Lady downstairs.
Yeah, makes sense. Just to be hey, there's
someone is calling you, or someone
extra backup.
Yeah. Oh, I know. When Osric went to the bartender, he looks all messy and had no idea where he is. And the bartender goes, "Hey, there's someone just like you. It just came out of nowhere and thought maybe you can take one of your people."
Yeah. Oh my god.
The
bartender is one of the few people who actually believes this whole story
person here from your place or whatever. You deal with them. Like, Osric! Osric, there's another magic people.
There's another one of them.
Osric,
It's another isekai.
It's another isekai. It's another, let's go with another magic person. And we say another, you might think, wait, who else came here in this year? We're not gonna expand on that, but who knows?
Yeah.
From your, not my person, from your place or whatever you do with them. Okay, and then we see the Dark Lady. Mysterious nobleman spotted her style. Oh shit. And runs to the party, grabs things, grabs the lemon, seeing that she's not chasing him. Goes back to the bar, she's lost, charming her, bringing her back her memory. Charming, but her memories are locked.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to watch some Netflix? I need to be a better person than she was. Sleep. Let's go with cuddles together and falls asleep. Very cautiously, Lemon stares at him. Maybe not the lemon. Maybe maybe Nyx is staring at him.
Yeah, Nyx. That makes
Nyx
sense.
stares at him. Dreamed of being a dark lady. Helps me not become. Oh, maybe they dreamed together about this.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. You read
Perfect.
my goddamn mind.
Great minds thing. I mean, we kind of synchronized here. His magic forms
Lets him
in the dream, and he looks for a way to help her. Let's put this here. Being the Dark Lady is hard. Used the opportunity of magic being weak in 22 reverse of power. She doesn't want to be the Dark Lady. She was forced. Wait, then I want to do this at the end. Dream. Was a human who captured by Fae, helped the dying Fae, absorbing the powers, got out and consorted the previous Dark Lord, fall in love with the bard who came by to tell stories. Not sure about this part now.
Yeah, it's not really an element that really
Yeah,
comes into play
really
anymore.
It's kind of an odd piece.
Yeah.
Maybe let's make it a pet. Had a pet cat.
Yeah.
That looks like Nyx. But took her time. Darklord kills the cat. She gets angry. Breaks the keystone and gives Darklord control of his powers. Tell me how you like this if you don't like, because you don't seem excited about the cat part.
No. Sorry, I like the cat part. Works better than the bard.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just drinking some water.
Oh, okay. Breaks the keystone, gives the Dark Lord control of the power. He's dying, but gives her the burden of spite. She becomes a Dark Lady against her will. If she's not using it, it's painful until unbearable. Fish out of water. She feeds off of human emotions, remind her who she was, and helps her stay in control. Her name is Kira. Wait, Kira Bard. You gotta be kidding me.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Osric learns in the dream how to remove her powers.
Yep. And then Fig gets
I
just...
think he just
off.
wakes up knowing that, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait,
And
we
it's
said that he knows the story.
He knows a story to... Yeah.
Wakes up and remembers a story with similar elements. By the way, do you see that sometimes I press space and Word automatically fixes the word? It's magical. I'm using an ergonomics keyboard,
Gotcha.
and sometimes it's still hard to get used to it, but it completely healed my hand, which is really good. The ergonomic mouse, yeah, very recommended. So Osric wakes up to remember a story with similar elements, and knows how to remove the curse, but we need a few things. So you need the Aurora Borealis, representation of magic. Need to go there, or our village, no, yellow. He Googles it.
Or there's just... I just to slightly expand on the what the bartender was saying. There's another one of you magic people. I imagine that there is not a full-on wizard, but somebody who was like a bit more magically scholarly than Osric that accidentally ended up isekai to, and he was like, "Oh, I have a contact who has done some studying of this world." It's like
I would go with it,
magic.
but I think it's adding another character, another plot point, going to that contact. And I'll judge to Google it because it's funny. It reminds us that we are in the modern world, something that Osric maybe could not have done back then. So he knows that he needs the Aurora Borealis because of stories that he learned, and he knows that he's in Canada, but he's like you just Googled Aurora Village. You never heard of it, so you know, just Googles it and he finds it. But what the hell? This is Yellowknife. How they get there?
Yep. Yeah. Also, I'll have to say the city that he is in is Toronto because that's.
He's in Toronto. This is Yellowknife. You know how much money and buses this is. Also, they were not visible. Magic appears. Osric remembers the story.
Actually, it would be. Actually, a part of it would have to be flight, because like there are, I need to remember if there is like a few roads that go across that way, because I feel like most people that do travel up there just fly, because that's the easier. But
make a map of the
map.
road. Let's put it in the story. No, you know what? I'll keep it here. Map around the road to make it realistic. A travel map.
Yep.
I did that before in a book. It's kind of annoying. You have to get the plane tickets and where in dates and so on, make everything logical. But it's not that. It's pretty easy. We'll do it. Worst case scenario, I'll send you to Yellowknife and you can tell me.
Like, I'm trying to remember if there are even any roads going from like southern Canada up to northern Canada, because
Toronto to Yellowknife.
Yeah, just Google that and see what pops up.
Oh wait, Toronto to Aurora Village. I mean, Aurora Village is a famous place. I'm sure many tourists go there.
It's the name, actually, it's just like a name of a, what even is Aurora Village? It's a place for visitors to, it's like a center for learning about.
Oh, Aurora Village is in Toronto.
Is in Yellowknife. Basically it's like a center for like doing tours to find Aurora Borealis.
Yeah, but I also see that there is Aurora Village in Toronto.
Oh, huh.
Maybe they have branches. Yeah, but it is far away. Oh my god.
Yep, it is. It is a.
We learned some geography in the meantime.
Yep, Canada's huge. That's the problem with Canada. You travel for like 4 or 5 hours, but you'll stay in the same place.
It's 5 hours in plane, or 47 hours in car.
So you still can get there by car.
I'd say this. During this year, because an airplane is too easy. During this year, Osric didn't get a passport or an ID or something. He's been running away from or hiding.
He's still an illegal resident for all purposes.
So he can't go on an airplane. He'll get caught.
Makes sense. Yeah.
So he has to go to use public transportation. 47 hours, we can easily drag this to 3-4 days. And you go through Alberta, Chicago, Wisconsin, Minnesota, North Dakota, Alberta, Yellowknife.
Okay, so I'll just mention that the US dipping route is there because that's technically the shortest route.
Oh,
but if he doesn't have a passport,
he can't go to the USA.
Through the US. So there is a route to go not through the US, it's just longer. So that's why Google doesn't show that as the first one.
Oh, so how do we tell Google to show me that route?
Usually there is, like, if you do like Google search, there is like typically alternate routes that they show that are I think usually let me just do this myself and see Yellowknife to Toronto, and I can send you a quick screenshot to
Oh, but I see that transit is not available? Only driving?
Yep, only driving.
What if we walk there? 942 hours.
I mean, he could find a way to rent a car.
That's 39 days. Can he drive?
I'd say at this point he's illegally, as long as he doesn't get caught.
I love these kind of questions.
Yep. Yeah, it's a question I never thought about, actually.
Okay, listen.
feel like-
I'm gonna give you this as homework.
Actually, I figured it. Yeah, fair enough. But I think I figured it out. Car road trip, 49 hours.
So how
And
does it work?
Let me just send it to you.
Car
in the chat.
road trip. 49 hours. How does it work? I mean, does he own a car? Does he rent a car? Does he get a taxi?
I feel like he rents a car. I feel like he doesn't own his own car, but he just gets a. I feel like he does like a bit of bard charming to like.
Oh, I love that one. Okay, that's more logical because money, I'd say, it's expensive.
He does not have the money to rent
Yeah.
that car. No, he does very much just. He doesn't like the fact that he'd had to use such magic, but
Yeah,
hey, there's
knows
not much
that
else he
she could hurt people.
could do.
Charms a car shop.
Yeah, but I feel like the incidents happen whenever they do have to stop at wherever they need to stop.
Or
yeah,
taxi
that,
drivers to take them parts. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, let's
Yeah,
go with that.
charming-
We don't need to
Yeah.
make this too complicated.
No, yeah. But like using his bard charming magic whenever he needs to, just to get to where they need to go. And that
Using
is the route
bardic
they would kind of take.
power.
Yeah. 49 hours of driving.
Perfect.
4,800 kilometers.
Oh my god.
Yep.
4,000
Welcome to-
kilometers?
Yep.
How
It's
do-
almost 5,000.
How do you do 5,000 in 49 hours? That sounds so illogical. Wow, this is. I guess 50 hours. That's 2.5 days.
Yep. 2.5 days of straight driving. So like actually like would be more like a week with realistic driving times per day.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Again, welcome to the scale of Canada. You drive for 4 hours, you're still in the same province. You're not even out of the country.
That's. I can't even imagine. Israel, you go 5 hours. No, 7 hours from the top of the country to the bottom. Something like that.
Yep.
It's
nope,
really
with
small.
7 hours, unless you go like directly south and just go to the US, nope, you're still.
And I guess you have snow
Still-
all the way.
I mean, actually, depends on the part of the country you're in. Like, there is snow everywhere. Vancouver, there's a few spots that are a little warmer, like Vancouver, or actually, Toronto actually is a bit warmer
Oh.
compared to some parts of Canada. But for the most part, yeah, it is pretty.
Okay, so we have the items. Quicksilver he has, candles he buys on the way, lemons and spices, song he knows many, blood you cut with a knife, he has a knife. Blood takes a trusty knife, and Kiss doesn't think about it right now because he's gonna, I'll figure it out later.
Yeah.
And a week's journey in public transportation, sleeping in cheap motels. Okay, I like that.
Yep.
So Block, sudden burst of power leak while Osric tries to get it under control. Unfamiliarity, she wanders off. A raven will burst out in a bus, leading them outside. Nyx, while buying candles, someone insults Osric, and Eldritch Blast pushes them through the air. Light injury, they run away. Nyx scratches people. Okay. Then the last one is she turns into the full Dark Lady, demands the last story, split personality, desire to be a human, desire to fulfill promise. Conflict is it truly worth doing? Time and danger and so on, I could just leave her. Climax. Prepares everything, gets the blood while drawing the circle, thinks, oh crap, I'm trying to kiss the Dark Lady. What am I doing? But comes to terms with it. Everything ready, almost forgot the lemon, squeezes it and it's too dry, got rotten. Nyx is there but can't do anything. This time. Full Dark Lady awakens, sends Bat to bring lemon, speed boost spells probably will take 1 hour. Bat flies, Kira goes rampage and demands last story. Osric dodge rolls trying to get her back to her senses. Osric manifests a tail. Speed boost manifests a tail of defense. Manifests a tail to stop her from attacking him. The 1000 story spontaneously created. She's shocked. Last story about a couple watches Netflix on the cold Canadian weather while sleeping on the bus and watching Aurora. She's shocked.
Yep.
And moved into tears. She calms down, they hug, Bat returns with the lemon. Osric slices the lemon, not sure if to use it. She grabs it and squeezes the lemon. He kisses her and the curse is broken. I feel like we need to put something with Nyx here.
It's... I mean, the reason why we were trying to bring Nyx into it more was the whole Kiera's soul ending up in Nyx as her, like, physical form dies. Was the idea of why we wanted Nyx here as, like, a potential vessel for Kiera's soul. The question is, do we want to do that, or do we go with the happier ending of they can actually live together? Like,
I like this, but let's end. I mean, we know now that Nyx, or a similar cat, was her first pet, and now we know that Nyx is a mysterious cat that follows Osric. So I'll give a few options. Maybe at this moment, I don't want to change the story. I just want to complete the story of Nyx. She calms down, they hug, but returns with the lemon. Maybe they both don't know how. Maybe the moment they kiss, Nyx goes into her. Or maybe Nyx brushes. Nyx is a girl or a boy?
yeah, girl.
So maybe Nyx brushes her leg onto her leg after the kiss and
she
glows.
recognizes-
And she recognizes Nyx. And they live together with Nyx.
Yeah, actually, I really like that. Because this whole time is sort of like the mystery of what the deal is. What's the deal with the cat?
Yeah.
And then we finally figure out it is that cat that was in Kiera's dream.
She recognizes her old cat reincarnated.
Yep.
Reincarnated. And thanks her for helping Osric. Help her. She can speak with Nyx. Although
I think that's
for Osric, it's just a cat. Okay. So Nyx this whole time tried to help Osric.
helped Kiera.
Help
Yes.
Kira. Change from wanting to run to be dominant to wanting to be with her and love, from wanting to own Osric to wanting to share. They're gonna tell infinite stories together, living with Nyx and watching Netflix.
Gotta include the Netflix.
Okay, I love this one. It took 4 hours. It's a bit more than I thought, but I enjoyed it a lot.
No, this is, again, it is not at all what I expected.
Same.
But that is all the better for it.
Yeah.
I really like this as well.
I'm gonna send you the file.
Okay.
And you can look at it during the week and think about if there's anything that you want to change. Anything goes. Anything that
Sure
you want
thing.
to, that you remember, you want to add, you want to remove, or really anything goes. Let's close this. Let's put the file on Discord.
And do that. Uh-huh. And
And
there
I
you can see
think we should rest for now. When you tell me when you want the next session, we will write the story.
sounds good to me.
24 kilobytes, I love it. So, before we say goodbyes, is there anything that, any announcement or anything they want to say?
Nothing that I can really think of at the moment, being other than I will be actually getting back to a regular schedule starting next week, because I've been kind of busy the last little while with just work and real life things. So from next week, the Bard is going to be actually regularly back, and the tavern will be open once more.
The Bard is back next week.
The Bard is back.
Watch him. Give me what's your username? Well, I'll find it. It's Osric Teller. Where is it? Osric Teller. One word. Okay. Look, I learned something.
There you
Osric
go.
Teller. Yay!
Aha.
Shout out!
Is the shout out.
Yay! Sakos, thank you so much for watching us. Good stream! Yay! I was kind of
Yeah,
afraid
thank
and kind of nervous of doing a story stream, but I think it worked all right.
Yeah, this was really nice.
Yes, and thank you to everyone who visited us, the Osric gang, and everyone who's gonna watch this, the archive later. And
Certainly.
next week we will do the actual story. The planning was so much fun that we took our time.
All right.
Okay.
Oh, it
Oh
is.
wait, we need to raid. Wait, it's time to raid.
Who-
That's in Twitch.
who
You
do we
raid
go
stuff.
raid?
Let's see who's available now. But I moved from Streamlabs to OBS, and my God, my computer has so many more resources now.
Yeah, that's the reason why I stuck with just OBS from the get-go. Because
Yeah.
I was like, I know that like the Streamlabs there is an easier aspect to it, but the oh sorry.
Oh, Gesundheit.
Oh goodness. But yeah, just the drain on the computer was like,
Yeah. And now I open
can't.
Twitch at the end of the stream, and it actually opens the thing. I'm gonna raid Illyria Rosette. She's a British witch. She's a good friend.
Okay.
So we're gonna raid her. And thank you, Osric, so much for joining me in this crazy, unexpected adventure.
Well, again, thank you so much for the fun opportunity at Mimic.
Yes, and thank you,
And
Sakos,
again,
for watching us. What was that? What?
And again, is this not over yet?
Yeah, it's not
We
over.
got-
We're gonna have the second part. And later, in a few hours, I'm going to write the 2 pages lore on the Schwarzer sister, which is very exciting. She might be in chat
Ooh.
and help us.
Yeah, I will. Might be asleep. I might catch a little bit of it
Oh,
before I go to bed
get some
myself.
sleep. Get
But
sleep. I'll post it on Twitter.
yeah.
Oh, I need to make a lore writing thumbnail.
Yes, it is important.
Yeah. Okay, so thank you so much, and time to raid. And everyone, have a good sleep and eat healthy. And Sakos, tell Minako that you love her, and brush your teeth every day, twice a day. And thank you. I'll be back. Bye, Osric.
Goodbye. Goodbye.